Good morning, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, and all those joining us both in person and virtually from around the globe. My name is Patrick Smith, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the AI a groundbreaking event that stands at the intersection of artificial intelligence, ethics, faith, and society. As we gather here today at this summit, we embark on a journey of exploration and discovery, a journey that examines the profound future, our beliefs. The purpose of this summit is to delve into the complexities of AI and intertwined with spiritual beliefs and ethical considerations. We are here to engage in meaningful dialogue. We are here to challenge our understanding and to envision a future where technology and faith coexist harmoniously. Today's program is meticulously crafted to offer diverse perspectives on AI. We will start on the ignition, setting the stage by Olubenga Agbola, followed by Femi Bejide, his session on firing the pistons, the big picture. Our panel discussions will cover faith, AI, and society, dimensions to AI, ethics, and responsibility, and very engaging dialogue on information society. Concluding the summit, we will have John Palfrey's Summit Beacon segment, illuminating the path forward, followed by the wrap-up, and then our closing remarks. And it's important that everyone that joins this summit today will be added onto the AIpreneurs group. This marks the introduction of that group. It's an innovative platform that is set to revolutionize how we interact with AI. Imagine having your own personal AI chatbot, one that is trained to know your company and you better than perhaps you even know yourself. This personalized approach significantly reduces the risks associated with public AI. And these public AIs are the ChatGPTs, the Claude, and also Bard. Now, the benefits are unparalleled in terms of privacy, customization, and efficiency. The advent of personal AI opens a world of possibilities, from enhancing business operations to providing tailored support and insights. These AI systems promise to be more than just tools. They become partners in our daily lives, understanding and aligning with our unique contexts and needs. As we proceed with today's sessions, I encourage each and every one of you to engage, question, and imagine the potential that AI holds, not only in our professional lives, but also in the very fabric of our society. Thank you for being part of this pivotal summit. Your presence here today is a testament to the collective commitment to understanding and shaping the future of AI, a future that respects and integrates our diverse ethical, philosophical, and spiritual dimensions. Let's embark on this enlightening journey together. Welcome to the AI Summit. We'll start with the ignition, setting the stage. As we ignite our first session, I'm excited to introduce Olubenga Agbola, who will delve into innovating with purpose, the intersection of AI, ethics, and faith. Get ready to be inspired as we explore how innovation meets ethical considerations in the realm of AI. Next up, we have firing the pistons, the big picture. And that will be taken by Mr. Femi Bejide, taking the stage to discuss harnessing data for good, ethical AI in diverse industries. This session promises to open our eyes to the vast possibilities and responsibilities of AI in various sectors. Prepare for an enlightening journey into the world of data and ethics. Welcome, first of all, Olubenga Agbola. Okay, we are waiting for Mr. Agwola to connect. As soon as he connects, we'll bring him on. We'll move over to the next speaker, and that's Mr. Femi Bejide. Thank you.
All right. 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 I don't take this for granted at all. For me. So I would like to thank the organizers for extending the invites. My name is Fembijde, and I run a data visualization and artificial intelligence platform. And over the next 20 minutes, I will be shedding more light on the theme that has been given to me, which is ethical AI and the use cases in different industries. All right, so within the course of the, sorry, I'll just wait for the slides to come on because I have very interesting stuff to share with you today. Okay, so in the course of the session, I would dwell broadly on categorizing what AI is. Very important not to just give the conclusion that everybody understands very broadly what AI stands for. I'll be giving that breakdown in terms of the broad categorization of what AI is. Next, I will be talking about, again within the next 20 minutes, industry-specific use cases. I'll also be talking about, is this the end, right? Because I listened to Reverend Ajayi online where he was saying stuff around, is this the last revolution? And, these conversations have happened almost all over the world where people are saying, we've had the different industrial ages, and people are saying with the new AI revolution, this might actually be the last, right? Because once AI takes over and AI begins to determine what other revolutions will be named after itself. So I will try to answer that question as best as I can within the next 20 minutes, right? And so it'll be very important for us to put quick context to the conversation to say, for example, what really is AI? Right, so as I mentioned before, I said, we need to get that definition very, very clear. And, most people today already interact with AI without really knowing that they are already doing that. I'm sure in different instances, indirectly or directly, you must have engaged AI. And I speak very broadly for different demographies, either from individuals or different ages. Sometimes you see some of these pictures, for example, this picture that which says, scroll. Better husband. I said, let me play. No, rule number one was what? Give your wife money. I was like, perfect. And then rule number two, give her more money. And then he says rule number three, don't forget rule number one and rule number two. I was like, this is going to save my marriage, definitely. Right, so, we've seen this, and this is just AI using generative AI using video technology and applying text where people are putting what they wanted to read and then generates it in a jiffy, right? So we've interacted with this without necessarily knowing that this is artificial intelligence, right? And again, we probably have seen stuff like this also. I'm sure everybody knows CLM, right? So, an influencer complaining about how expensive rice has been, but I wasn't going to complain as much, until I was driving and all the cars were passing me where their tires were taller than my car, and I said, maybe this is not a place to complain about whether the bag of rice is expensive, so I just skip on that, right? So, but, this again is another use case for artificial intelligence, right? Because this is optical facial recognition, and then AI uses a caricature overlay, right, and to translate this for something very pleasurable, right? So these are another use case that we probably have interacted with before. Another use case where we have, some of those are very funny nieces and nephews, or friends who use animal face filters on FaceTime, and you can't get them to stop, right? But because they're family, just have to. This is another use case. The basic definition is right. So tasks as well as human beings, right, and probably ultimately getting them to do it better over time. So that's the general consensus of what we define artificial intelligence as, right? So, and which means that technically we've now, because of AI, are able to, for example, take better selfies, with filters of, for example, someone like Yemi is extremely good looking, so he doesn't need this kind of filter, right? So. Right, so, but some will need them, and I've used it to very good effect, and then probably asking Siri, for example, to order Ewa going from Glovo, you could actually do that, right, and then navigating traffic with Google Maps, but not everybody is caught up with this AI revolution. For example, my driver, Mr. Kamaru, not the other Kamaru, there's one Kamaru that, when you see, don't mind this Kamaru or more the Jati that just is about to sell his father's house. That's not my driver, right? That is another Kamaru, but my driver, is refused to adapt to technology, right? And practically speaking, I always beg him to use Google Maps, and until one day we're on a route to Magodo, and I decided to take a nap. And before I could say Jack Robinson, I opened my eyes. We're closer to Molete, pardon. It was like so bad, and since that day, he's learned his lesson. So, but would you blame him? Because I also remember being on Third Milan Bridge one day driving, and I'm not sure who possessed who. Was it Google? I call her Auntie Google, the voice assistant on Google Maps. I'm not sure whether it's Uncle Johnson, my village uncle, that possessed Google Maps. But suddenly, the map said, "Turn right." And I was into the water. I was like, so like, you guys can't catch me here. So, right, AI is not perfect, right? So you still have a few glitches here and there, right? But by and large, we interact with AI on a daily, right? Either through maps and the likes, right? So having said this, let's go a little bit more technical, right? Let's try and categorize AI very well, right? So how do we really classify AI? People, you would have different technical classifications, and they would say these are like the three broad ways in which you can look at AI. You could look at AI from the angle of what it can do, right, based on its capabilities. Second will be how it goes about executing that AI itself, right, and then the third way in which people typically classify AI is about how it's applied, right. So I'm going to try and break it down a little better. So in terms of the different classifications, the first one, I mentioned about capability. So there are about three broad ways under that category that we look at AI. So we look at first the narrow AI. That name doesn't do it with justice because like 95% of AI today falls under that category. So the narrow AI speaks around where you say AI to perform very specific tasks. For example, Siri is a form of narrow AI, right? Shopping assistants are forms of narrow AI because they can only do a specific set of tasks, right? And once you take them outside that scope, they are completely dumb, right? So, but 95% of AIs today fall into that category, and they do a very, very good job. The second category under this definition of my capability is the general AI, which is what we call the AGI, artificial general intelligence, right? And AGI, is like, I would say that the holy grail today of AI, because it's the cognitive AI. It's the AI that is able to have conversations with you, almost like a human being. The Olorioko of them all is our ChatGPT, right? Where you can have conversations with it, extend conversations, have chats, and replies almost like a human being would. And then the final one under the by capability definition is the super intelligence, which is the artificial super intelligence, right? That is where all the people are saying, all the movies you've seen, Matrix, iRobots, that's where they all are, that this is where the world is going to come to an end once we achieve ASI, which is like very sentient AI. AI that can think, that can feel, that has emotion, that can laugh, that can do everything, right? So by that categorization, we have those three classes there. We can also say by use case, we have regressive and classification and generative. I'll quickly break down those three, which is like regressive is, look, AI that looks at the past can predict the future. We use that in stock markets, basic stuff, look at historical data and can tell about the future. Classification, by classification means, look, I have this broad data set. Let's say, for example, bank database of GCB for maybe 20 million customers, right? And then you say, AI, please help me make sense of this. Which of my customers live in these areas? Which of my customers are likely to shop here? Which of my customers are likely, even in the church, for example, we could say, for example, if we have access to financial information of individuals, we could say, which of my church members are likely to leave Baba Ijebu and give their tithes, for example, right? So, which, I mean, we analyze bank statements in static sense and would find that 1 in 5 people rather to Baba Ijebu than pay their tithes. So, it's food for thought for EC, right? So, all right, so we have to continue. And then the third one, which is like generative AI, which is, of course, where everybody, second one is classifying the existing data, and third one, right, so let's delve into the use cases in different industries. It's very important because in the different fields that we operate in, it's very important to know how this will play a big role in our lives. Right, one of the first ones that I'll be looking at will be financial services, because over the last 15 years, that has defined my life, right? And it's one that I take very, very seriously. Today, in financial services, we're able to use AI for predictive credit analysis, which means that we're able to tell, for example, before, if somebody had that on his head, if he walked into a bank, right, they would not give the person credit. Today, all that matters is what data you have in terms of how credible you are. So even going forward, we'll be able to use predictive stuff to be able to analyze people's credibility. That's already happening today. Today, also, we're able to get significant insights from bank statements. I think in the company I run today, we're able to do that level of analysis within 5 seconds, right? And that significantly accelerates the work of the credit officer, because what they will have spent, look forward to the future with enthusiasm, because I'm also playing that space. Thank you.
Yemi Oshindero. And first of all, I want to really thank you for the presentation. It was very, very educative and very interesting. And I know you really went the extra mile, because you are having your son's naming ceremony today and just snuck out to do this for us. So thank you very much. Thank you. And I had a question around I guess ChatGPT and AI. Is there a point at which artificial general intelligence becomes smarter than human beings? And how soon could that point come?
I think that what we call ASI, which is artificial superintelligence, right, is what people believe will be that AI that's smarter than human beings. It's actually very possible that within the decade, because of the rate at which we are pacing AI, that could happen. I listened to Elon Musk speak about this on a Joe Rogan podcast a few weeks ago, and he was of the opinion that one of the reasons why Sam was asked to leave with GPT was because he believes that he found something And then when Rogan pushed him further to say, are you sure that what they found was good or bad? He couldn't answer the question, right? So I believe that very advanced AI platforms might be at the vanguard of that ASI. And with the kind of funding that guys like Yemi are pushing into AI, we can only accelerate that. 5-10 years, we may actually have a situation whereby ASI is very ubiquitous, very, very possible.
Thank you. My name is Tolu Adewale, and I have a few things to say. Now, one of the things you talked about financial modeling. Now, what is clear is that what is really important is the assumptions, and it is those who will use AI that will make their job easier and faster. Now, to the issue about the ASI and the things we're speaking about, if you remember, maybe about a year ago, Meta had to shut down an AI, something they were working on, because they said the two supercomputers were communicating and nobody could understand what was sorry? Yes, that was what Zuckerberg reported. If it was not true, we don't know. But that's something that we need. What is there globally to forestall such? Because they have allowed it to continue. That will have been it. Now, coming to Nigeria, we have an issue with internet penetrance. Right inside this room, I cannot send something to leapfrog.
And again, very aggressively, a lot of the thought leaders in AI are becoming very, very conscious of the fact that this conversation has to be had today rather than tomorrow. As I put forward in my presentation, almost like the leaders are split in two, almost like those who are for where there'll be an equilibrium, right? Because some of the guys that I feel are mentors in this space have said, AI is more dangerous than nuclear weapon, right? So potentially, right? So if governments across the world regulate who can have access to nuclear weapons, I believe that very soon people will have to regulate who can control, who has access to very advanced ESI, right? So I believe that 3-5 years, governments will have to come together, either the European Union, definitely AU will be lagging in that. America and China, they're already having those conversations with their different businesses to say, look, we have to be ethically responsible. I think that we'll get there very soon. In terms of the internet issue, that itself is like a double-edged sword. It's in itself a problem, but it's an opportunity. The opportunity lies in the fact that if Nigeria is able to do it right, I hear there's a project currently ongoing around passing internet across Nigeria through fiber optics and the likes. Some of these projects will be heavy capital projects where a government that is very serious, be like this one, will be able to push this forward. If we're able to have that penetration to every doorstep, I believe that given that our demography today, about the median age is about 17 years, which is very, very young for Nigeria. I think about 80% of Nigerians are in that band of 18 to 34. It's a very, very, very important demographic because these young people are extremely active. So if we can get 100 to 150 million Nigerians on the internet, and then this coincides with the boom of AI, I believe that Nigeria won't be far behind. I believe so, but I think that internet space, also the satellite internet will also play a very big role. As soon as we can have the price of the devices, installations come down, startups or business like Starlinks, in partnership with local authorities here, will be able to distribute internet into very remote locations. And I believe that together with the physical infrastructure, will allow internet penetration to go to maybe 80 or 90%.
Sorry, just one last question based on that. Jurisdiction. Today in Nigeria, Starlinks is not in Nigeria, but people, you can order the device. I mean, I have placed orders on the Starlink or that device is geolocated to your house. What do we need to do about it?
You wanted to say something? Right. So I will check my account balance after this meeting because Elon Musk is not he's not paying me to speak for Starlinks. But what I'll just say is that, right, I feel, again, in the same vein of technology going before regulation catches up, I believe that the framework will become a lot more set. I hear.
Let's dive deep into these conversations and uncover new dimensions. The first panel is Faith, AI, and Society. And our moderator will be Dr. Foy. Please welcome him to the stage. He'll be joined by Pa Modupe Oduyoye. Please welcome him to the stage. And Mr. Bayo Aladeloba. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. McFoy. I used to be a practicing medical doctor, but for the past 10 years, I've worked in media and entertainment. I used to work for MTV Viacom and Budweiser Entertainment. Last year, I started a Christian, faith-based media company. So we handle T.Y. Bellows music and some gospel musicians, and we also do stuff for kids. We're trying to work on some content for kids. I'm honored to be here. Papa, good afternoon, sir. The median age of Nigeria is about 19 years old. And a lot of people, so yesterday I was in Abuja and we had a concert for about 3,000 kids. And a lot of kids are questioning faith because they have context and AI. Yes, sir. So, I'll just start by asking a question, and the first question will be for young people. How is spirituality and AI, can they work together? Spirituality and AI, can they work together?
Society and?
No, spirituality, faith, and AI, and AI.
And AI.
Yes.
All right.
Can they work together? Can we get information aside our pastors, aside our normal traditional way of learning?
Right.
Yeah.
AI is an aspect of science and technology. Spirituality, faith, is defined in Hebrews 11 as the certainty of things hoped for and the conviction of things not seen. Not having faith, being faithlessness, or having little faith, An example of it in the New Testament was Thomas, who heard about the resurrection of Jesus, his master, but was not there when Jesus appeared to the 11. And he said, no, except I see and touch, I will not believe. I think that attitude is a simple scientific attitude. See, touch, experiment, look, measure. You cannot take hearsay. I have a feeling that in many churches, for instance, this congregation, if you heard that a dead man who was buried is alive, if I ask you, will you believe it? Well, hold your answer. If you are told that in Haiti, some people are able, hours after a dead person has been buried, that they will sprinkle some things on the dead, they will dig up the grave, open the coffin, and sprinkle something on it, and the dead man will arise and become a zombie, whom they can use on the farm. He doesn't have an opportunity to say no anymore. He doesn't even remember his name, but if you ask him to make 100 heaps of yams, he will just go zombie, 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 zombie. Now, if you are told that, will you believe it? Now, a chemistry student from Harvard was assigned a chemistry graduated, what to do for research. The professor of chemistry said, would you like to go to Haiti to investigate these stories where happen, that those black people say that they can wake up the dead in the grave not more than so many hours after he has been buried and sprinkle something on him and he will get up. Lo and behold, I thought this was nonsense. What has chemistry got to do with zombieism? This young man went 3 years later. Well, we will start with hypothesis in the bar. Yes, we can do it. How do you do it? Then he went and went and went, and they said, up to this point, in the grove where they pound these chemicals, you cannot get there except you are initiated. That's part of this thing we're talking about. If you're asked to be initiated because you want to see the next stage, would you agree as a Christian to be initiated? I believe Christians are very afraid of this thing called initiation. You know what I mean? No. If you get initiated, you are gone, you are lost. So the thing is this. I think a bishop in Britain in the last 10 years announced that he did not believe in the resurrection of the body. Outcry in the congregation, and he had to resign. Now, resignation didn't mean he went into limbo. He went back to the university. So he's talking that he doesn't believe in the resurrection of the what? Body. Doesn't mean he will lose his professorship. Maybe he came as a professor before he became a bishop. So if the church would not accept that sort of thing from a bishop, he went back. Now, not to talk too long, what I mean is this. I read in St. Paul from the Latin text, natura docet, scientia inflat. Natura docet, nature teaches. Scientia, science, inflates. I think that science, technology, and scientists and technology must find their own medicine so that they do not become inflated human beings. Yep. Humility can get lost with eureka. If any human being says, what do I need for humility? I say, okay, go ahead. But if you need humility, if you think it's a good thing for a human being, humility, if your research says you can still go further, tell yourself, no, I don't want to go further.
Thank you, sir. This profound. 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 Thank you, Mr. Abdul. That's Pa. But this is a okay. So my question for you, sir, is how can AI be leveraged to enhance interface dialogues and understanding?
I'm not a person of faith. I'm not sure that question is for me, is it?
Mr. Laloba is doing a presentation.
Okay.
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 So I don't know if we have it up.
So, one more question for you, sir. Right. One more question for you, sir. So you spoke about humility, and you spoke about humility, and you spoke about how we have to be careful in this journey. Now my question is, because belief sometimes doesn't have scientific backing. Sometimes we believe based on teaching. We believe in the Christian faith, for example. We believe based on teaching. We believe based on what is written in the Bible. But a few people right now are checking how authentic the Bible is, how the boundaries are being shifted. What do you think the next generation to do to be balanced? So, for example, a lot of people are now reading the book of Enoch and books outside the boundaries. So what do you think about that?
Okay. My views are not going to be orthodox, meaning that the book of Enoch, by the way, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church said that they are only church in the world who own or who have copies of the book of Enoch. Now, that sort of thing is likely to excite curiosity. You know what I mean? Some people will think that the other churches are deliberately hiding it from them. Therefore, if you hear in a whisper that you can read the book, you can buy the book of Enoch somewhere, you are likely to want to go and buy it. You will buy it and you will read it and you will discover that there is nothing big about it. I want to say that again. Many of these things which are objects of curiosity, there is nothing big about them. Look at the 6 and 7 book of Moses. You've heard about it before? 6 and 7 books of Moses. If you get that book and you read chapter so and so, you will get so and so and so and so. I saw the 6 and 7 book of Moses in the university bookshop in Ibadan. I passed by because I said, I don't have time for that. I've not yet studied enough the canonical books. I'm going to spend my time reading the 6 and 7 book of Moses, which is promoted by an uncle of mine who is very devilish. By the word devilish, I mean this. No, let me tell you about what I mean by the word devilish. This uncle of ours who is promoting, who likes the 6th and 7th book of Moses is very unkind. So with all your 6 and 7 books of Moses, you are unkind in the family. So why do I need to spend my time now going to look for 6 and 7 book of Moses in order to turn myself into somebody like you? Look, 6 and 7 book of Moses, book of Enoch, curiosity kills the cat. This is enough. You know, many of us Protestants, the Bible we hold in our hands are a collection minus about 9 books, which is in the hand of every Roman Catholic. Do you know that? Do we know that? The book of Maccabees, Tobit, Ecclesiasticus. We have Ecclesiastes. We don't have Ecclesiasticus. We don't have all this. And then some people say, some people are just hiding it from you. That is why it got the name Apocrypha. Nobody was hiding anything from anybody. It is some people who say they don't want it, that's all. And the people who didn't say they don't want it, they are disciples who go beyond, it's like Awoists being more Awoist than Awolowo. Look at this, what happened? Martin Luther was trying to translate the Bible into his own language, German. It had not ever been done after Jerome. Jerome translated the Hebrew into Latin. Jerome now found the Septuagint, which was a translation of the Old Testament for the benefit of Jews in the diaspora in Egypt who no longer could speak Hebrew. Now, between the time they were driven away from Israel and the time of Jerome, the Hebrews continued to write, but now they wrote in Greek. So Martin Luther was translating and found part of the Old Testament in Hebrew. He translated part of the Old Testament in Greek. He said, can this be grade 1 scripture? He said, well, I'm not sure it's grade 1 scripture. Nevertheless, I will translate it, but I'll put it at the back. Are you getting me? He put it at the back and supplied it to the Germans. Then some Lutherans, that's Luther, between Luther and Lutherans. Some Lutherans say, which is this one at the back of the Bible? It must be grade 0. We don't want it in our Bible anymore. Don't preach it in our Bible. And that's how all those books don't get into our Bible. Is it because somebody was hiding it from us? Huh? No. When your big father dies now, and you want to bury him in church, and you want to say, let us now praise famous men and our fathers who begat us, and you don't find it in your Bible, you'll go to your Catholic neighbor to borrow his Bible. So that is in this. So what I'm saying is this. I hope we understand what I can mean by curiosity kills the cat. Now, I want to give this example, which I frequently give. Faith is certainty of things not seen. Here is a girl I meet. I meet a girl. Somehow or the other, the chemistry begins to work. Now, I don't know whether this girl is a virgin or not. An old professor died recently. The story is this. he told his girlfriend, you know what? I have doubts. I have to prove it. And you know how that sort of thing can be proved? Sex before marriage. In order to prove that this girl, whom I say the chemistry of love is already happening. Now, note that word love in the Bible. 1 Corinthians 13. Hope, faith, love. Hope, faith, love. I love you, I don't have a faith. Are you getting me? I love you, I don't have faith. Therefore, undress so that I may have evidence that you are what? A virgin. I think any respectable girl should slap that sort of man. Just as I felt when I read in the papers that a Nigerian, whom you all know, died and said that all his children must go to Britain for DNA tests if they wanted to participate.
So Papa,
Lack of faith.
so can we? Yes, you have. You have landed the question. Please, can you put your hands together? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we would allow you, sir, do your presentation. Sure. Thank you so much. Please, can you put your hands together for him, sir?
Sorry for my foot. I got an accident some time ago. So that's what happened.
Okay, thank you very much, Pa Odieye, for that very interesting speech. So moving on to the next part of this panel, and this will be taken by Mr. Adebayo Aladeloba, and he'll be navigating the terrain, AI in the context of society. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me okay. So I'm going to try to do this quickly because the very first speaker has touched on a few things, some of which I disagree with, and I'll tell you what they are, but most of which I agree with. So if we go to the first slide, if we may, I tried to put this, can't see it, but I'll highlight it. I try to put this in the historical context of what a disruption is in human society, and look at where the AI revolution or disruption will fit. And the good news is that I think that human society, I'm thinking of anatomically modern humans, so humans from 300,000 years to present would be modern humans. Archaic humans, Neanderthals, Homo naledi, Homo erectus, those are much earlier. But over the last 100,000 years, human beings, as you know, have only been at the top of the food chain for about the last 100,000 years. And we actually know exactly where. I don't know if this is going to work here. Yeah, so basically this is Africa. And they found some caves here at a place called Pinnacle Point 56. And they luminescent dated the arrowheads. So they're flint or stone arrowheads. Now, the reason why that was a pivotal moment in human history is because it was the first time with a bow and an arrow that a human was basically able to overcome, or a band of humans, overcome large predators, which then brought meat into the diet. Primarily before then, the only way humans got meat was through scavenging from large predators, eating the bone marrow that was left in the bones, but that was essentially it. The rest of human food or protein sources were gathering. So anyway, that's where we are. That was the first revolution. And then the second, as everybody knows, is the farming revolution. And that occurs here in the what's known as Fertile Crescent at the end of the Ice Age, last Ice Age, about 10,000 years ago. Now that's a huge one because essentially, if you think about it, as hunter-gatherers, the biggest threat, existential threat to you, i.e. for your continued existence, was getting food. So food insecurity was your big problem. So with the development of farming, which is what occurs in the second revolution, human beings solve that problem. But they also become now dependent on the crop and much more dependent on the weather and much more susceptible to famines and all the rest of it. Oh, and by the way, that's the beginnings of the rise of zoonotic diseases. In other words, mumps, chicken pox, all of these jumps from animals to humans. So that's one of the negatives of that, but nonetheless, a huge disruption that obviously transformed the world. The third, if we can get that, I think you've covered it up here, but the third revolution, of course, would be the scientific industrial, and that's a big disruption, which makes a huge, I think, net positive gains for humans. And the fourth, I would say, which starts from the sort of in the 20th century, is technological revolution. We all know computing. And then the fifth is this AI. Now, I think that, I will show you later, I think that you'll find that AI is the most disruptive pretty much for everybody. But you know, always the problem with wealth isn't the growing of the pie, it's the distribution. So, for example, something like poverty, there is, in fact, enough food for everybody on the planet multiple times over. The reason people go hungry is because of politics and governments and wars, but there's enough food for everybody. So, if we can go to the next slide, if that's possible. Actually, yeah, go to that's the multimedia one. Because what I want you to do is to bring everybody down to some reality and look at the facts, okay? So if they can pull this thing up. What I did was I got a league table, a global league table of where every country is in terms of AI in fact, rather than in hope or anything else. It's not coming up, but let me keep talking while they try and find it. But it was interesting because the top 10 countries, number 1 is the United States, number 2 is China. I can't remember the order of the others, but in the top 10 were the UK. And what it tried to do was try and look at, I think, 7 parameters of what got the US to where it is. Why is China number 2? Why is UK even number 4? Why is, I think it was Singapore was probably 5, India, I think was in the 20. Out of the table of 62, Guess who was number 62? Okay, there are a couple of African countries. Okay, let me put it another way. Anyone want to guess where Nigeria and Kenya were out of a list of 62 global countries in AI measured against 7 driving parameters? Does anybody would like to guess? Yeah, 61 and 62. Now, one argument would be, oh, well, we want to argue about the methodology. How did they do that? Oh, they're trying to beat up on Africa again. I don't think that's true. I think that if you actually look at the parameters, which unfortunately we still can't pull up, you'll find that they're rather logical, sensible, and predictable things. So, for example, one of them is how much hard investment have you made in developing your labor force, your skill set, okay? So, for example, here we're getting closer. So, for example, the US comes out number 1 in terms of talent. China, which is number 2 overall in the table, comes out 20 in terms of talent. Now, it's obvious anybody who knows this, what's going on is Silicon Valley, okay? So, okay, you just hit on rankings, I think. Yeah. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to show you some of the structural analysis I did. Okay, great. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we can get there. Oh, no. Yeah, just the rankings. And then you think you need to, there you go. Just click on rankings. Okay, I don't know if you can, yeah. Okay, that's great. So I don't think you can see some of the data, but you see it matches what I was telling you. So I'm just going to focus, make a few points on the top 10, then I'll make a few points on the bottom 10, and then we'll flip out. Yeah. So look, unfortunately we can't see the okay. So let's have a look at this. United States, number 1. Okay, let's do another way. You see there are 7, or so I would call it 3 cluster groups of analysis. So the first is talent, infrastructure, operating environment. The second is research and development. And then the third cluster is government strategy, and I would so call it private, public-private sector commercialization, okay? And in talent, strongest in infrastructure, but number 2, it comes out, I think, 24 or 28. Yeah, 28 in terms of operating environment. I'll come back to that. But number 1 in research and development. And then I think this is very instructive. Number 8 in government strategy, but 1 in commercial. Now, there's a message. That's great. Why? Because it means you haven't got government in your way. And what number 1 is all about is about how it's been driven by the private sector. And you know what I think we'll do it, well, what I would like to advise against doing in Nigeria is getting government too much involved in this thing. I mean, as far as I can tell, unless you tell me otherwise, I can't find one sector of this economy since independence, and I invite anyone to tell me otherwise, where government has succeeded. I can't find it. It's certainly not in, I'm sorry? No, talk to me. Is it infrastructure development? Certainly not. Okay. So anyway, if we go back to this thing here, so talent is a huge driver. Now, one of the weaknesses of this analysis, I think, is that it doesn't quite whether, in fact, of the 7 things that the US or all of the countries are measured on, is the one that's most important to get right. Well, that's a slightly separate thing, but is the most important thing to get right commercialization of the space, or developing the talent, or developing the infrastructure? It's not clear what the right weighting of those parameters are. Now, just a few other observations. UK number 4. Well, one of the problems I think with the UK is that its economy isn't of sufficient weight to compete with the US and China. So what it did very cleverly, very British, they then tried to be the first to host an AI safety conference about 3 weeks ago. You'll recall, Sunak and Musk were there, and they're basically trying to become the hub of safety and regulation. Just like, you know, today you have, because of what the UK did or what Britain did, you know, hundreds of years ago, you've now got Greenwich Mean Time. That down is the reference point. So that's sort of what they're trying to do in AI. The other thing here that was interesting, look at Israel, and look at Switzerland, and there's one other, another country. What is Singapore doing as number 2? Okay, what is Singapore doing right that it's behind 2 superpowers? Okay, it doesn't well. One of the things it's doing right, and unfortunately the numbers I can't see the numbers here, but I should imagine its talent and infrastructure pretty high, I would have thought.
Four and three.
Yeah, okay. 4 and 3 out of a global analysis of 62 countries, okay? And that should, that should tell you, if you go to Singapore, it's a city nation, okay? Yet it's punching way above its weight. Now, what I then tried to do here, I said, okay, let's go to the bottom, let's face the music. Let's go to the bottom of the table here. Okay, if we can. Look at this. Nigeria, 61 out of 60. Well, Nigeria are beating up on Kenya. I've got close associations with both. So what I tried to do, I say, okay, what would I be doing if I was advising the government, of which I've done many times, with limited success? What would how would I go about, if we could go to number 31, okay? And I said, okay, what we might want to do, i.e. go down to 26 and up to 36. What country might I find that's somehow similar to Nigeria in the middle of the table when we're at the bottom? Because it's probably smarter, more productive to focus not on countries at the very top, because you're never going to, you're unlikely to compete with them, but somewhere in the middle, and can I find one that has relatively similar characteristics? So I went to 31, and I went through, and I said, okay, so Saudi Arabia, I don't want to follow those. Hong Kong, not very comparable, small city state. Malta, no one even knows where it is. Czech Republic, part of the EU, probably not good. And then boom, I got it, Brazil. Brazil. Why? One of the reasons I would look at Brazil and not the US and Singapore, which I'm nowhere close to ever to being like, okay? Right. I'm going to have to arrange to have a debate with the first gentleman. I think that it is the last revolution for human beings, okay? And can't get into too much detail now, but I'll just touch on a little bit. And you know, I think human beings maybe, I think Pa was talking about modesty, and I think human beings are generally immodest. I mean, think about it. Frankly, in the earlier, well, even now, but including around the sun, what was the prevailing theory for the last 2,000 years? It was that everything revolved around the Earth. Okay, we know that's not true. Galileo, an Italian astronomer, pointed it out to the Catholic Church or the papacy in Vatican, and you know what happened to him? They arrested him. They threatened to kill him. Oh, and by the way, he died under house arrest for telling the truth. Okay, so and by the way, if you look at our galaxy, Milky Way, the Earth is an average star. It isn't a special star. There are, I don't know, 200 billion stars in the Milky Way. The Earth is not at all special. So I think the idea that this is the end, okay, here we go. This is basically where we are. So I've done time across that x-axis and computing capacity on the y-axis. So in 1950, if you look, or let's start here, human intelligence. I've done an upslope, which is probably optimistic, but you know, basically humans have gotten smarter. Okay, so if someone like two smartest, in my opinion, two smartest American presidents were probably Thomas Jefferson and Madison. Turns out, you read in a week more than they've read in their entire lifetimes. Okay, so you have more information on which to make decisions. So human intelligence has probably grown. Then if you look at it, 1950, you can see artificial intelligence beginning to, it actually will start slightly earlier than that, beginning to rise exponentially, okay? And at some point, and I don't know what date that will be, there'll be a singularity, i.e. emerging between artificial intelligence or crossover and human intelligence. And here's what the real issue is. If you have a database or an access to an information base that is 1,000 times more, has more information and knowledge than a human being, you call that disembodied AI, right? It's not in the human body, it's a machine, it's out there and you're here, okay? And you can see where I'm going. At some point, you want to find a way to bring that disembodied power, intelligence, into your own. Now, here's the challenge. The human brain has 82 billion neurons, okay? By comparison, DNA, or genes, we have 25,000 genes, but the genome has 3 billion base pairs. And you know how difficult it is to do genetic engineering or genetic medicine, okay? So in order to have a fusion between artificial disembodied intelligence and human intelligence, i.e. bring them together, you've really got to understand 82 billion neurons. Oh, and by the way, it's about 1 trillion electronic flashes, which are basically how your brain thinks. And every time you're thinking, you're sending electronic signals to synapses, which are like junctions within the in the brain. But it's going to arrive, okay? And my question is this. Will it arrive before AI gets there first? Because what I think is going to happen is that AI, particularly when you get to computing or quantum computing, and I'll talk about that in a second. I don't think anyone's mentioned it. When you get to quantum computing, you have the ability to, by a log scale, increase the capacity of your artificial intelligence, okay? So, for example, let me give you an idea. A 64-byte computer, which is probably an Apple MacBook Air or whatever, which I have, okay, can process 8 bytes of memory, or 8 bytes, right? A 64-byte quantum computer can process 8 times a billion times a billion. Okay, I mean, you can get an idea, right? So at some point, you see, we have to ask the question, as we've increased human knowledge and intelligence, have we really gotten smarter? Well, the question is, yes, in some ways, but what does it really mean to be intelligent? It really means, I think, or intelligence really means, the ability to process a lot of information in order to problem solve. It's not, as unfortunately a lot of my compatriots think, about memorizing information. Okay? It's not about it's not about what you know, it's about how do you use to solve problems what you know. Okay? And okay, he mentioned earlier about whether AI will become more AI is already more intelligent than many humans. Okay, for example, AI is now able to beat any grand chess master, can never beat a top supercomputing AI machine. There's a very famous thing that happened. In the mid last century, the person who developed the benchmark for whether AI was a guy called Alan Turing, okay? A mathematician, very famous because he worked in the British Army in intelligence and cracked the German military codes and probably shortened the war by 3 years, okay? But anyway, Turing put a test and he said, imagine there's a screen and there are two individuals with a keyboard on either side. If they can communicate with each other, i.e. asking questions, and you're not able to tell whether you're talking to a computer or to a human being, that's when you've reached artificial intelligence, when you do not know. So I might say, oh, how many people in your family? And the computer says, oh, I've got 6, okay? And you say, oh, but are they boys or girls? And it gives an answer. Until you can find a way to know whether that's a human or a computer, that's the break point. Now, what I think is going to happen, and you should listen to this carefully, what I think is going to happen is that artificial intelligence is going to flip the switch and say, hey, when can you tell whether you're talking to a human? Because artificial intelligence now is going to be more intelligent than a human. And I think I got the answer. I can see these two artificial intelligence computers talking to each other and say, hey, we'll call it the AI test. Forget the Turing test. We now ask whether you know whether you're talking to a human, and they're going to say, oh, that's easy. You just ask them some intelligent questions. They won't be able to answer them. So that's sort of thing where I'm going. So that's where we are. And so by 2050, I think you're definitely going to be in a post-human world. And you're nearly there. And you shouldn't worry about it. You're not going to have to work as hard. You're going to have greater wealth. And you're going to be really trying to struggle what you're going to do with your time. That's the future.
Thank you so much. I think that was very insightful. Do you have any questions before we go on to the next panel?
Thank you. A follow-on question on the same theme. If machines are smarter than us in 2024, 5, 6, nodes, and they are testing us, why wouldn't they take over?
We like an honest answer or political answer? Honest answer. The honest answer is they probably will. I mean, you know, see, guys, you have to look at the world as it is, not how you would like it to be, I think, okay? Well, it may be scary. I'm not interested in what's scary. I'm interested in what's true, aren't we? Okay? So the reason why, look, the reason why I think this is going to take a bit of time, but it's important. The reason why I think it's the last revolution, first of all, you humans, or we humans, have had a chance. We've had 300,000 years to get this right. And what are we doing? Killing each other in the Middle East, killing each other in Russia, treating women badly, not allowing certain races to get, I mean, all I say, you had a shot and you blew it, okay? So, right, so you might as well have, have somebody who's smarter than you, and we know that's going to be the case, right? Be given a shot at, now this is where I think ultimately it's going now. I want to link this to something Elon Musk. Most of you know Elon Musk is obsessed with Mars, right? And have you worked out why? Okay, I'll suggest why, and I agree with this. It's because if you look at what we've learned in astrophysics, we've learned that there are many, many planets out there. Almost every star, which is the same as our sun, has 4 or 5 planets revolving around it. There's likely to be many civilizations out, and this isn't me hoping, wishing. These are facts, okay? I can even tell you the telescope that found this out. It was called the Kepler, launched in 2009. But the real question had been, since Earth essentially formed about 4.5 billion years ago, and intelligence, or humans, rose really at the end, or what looks like the end, in the last couple 100,000 years, is it not likely, just as a matter of logic and math, that there are many other civilizations, some of which started before us, in which case some will be less intelligent, some will have no intelligence, but there's going to be a sample in such a large data set that are more intelligent. The question arises, well, if they're more intelligent, why haven't they been here and visited us, right? Now, the answer could be, well, they came 10 million years ago, we weren't around, okay? Or they came a billion years ago and they just found single-cell organisms, life hadn't evolved, okay? Here's what I think Musk is getting at. I think he knows, and I think, this is my sense, is that there's something stopping civilizations when they get to a certain stage from advancing further to be able to travel intergalactically. You see where I'm going? So what Elon is trying to do is recognize that he needs to push humanity off this planet, or rather have an insurance policy, get a certain proportion of humanity off this planet, okay? Because this planet's going to either drown in global warming, kill itself with nuclear bombs, okay? or a pathogen. I mean, look what COVID did. I mean, through messenger RNA, we're able to solve it. Primarily, we're able to solve that problem, right? But there will come a time, as anybody in public health knows, where there's going to be a pathogen that we can't stop, right? So there are many what we call existential risks of wiping out humanity, okay? So what Musk is trying to do, is find a way to start to do intergalactic travel. I don't think you can get there because of the distances, but that's sort of what's going on. But it's clear this is the last party. Go ahead. It is. You've had your choice. You do?
I agree with you 100%.
Well, because I'm getting heckled in the back.
No, but I also wanted to bring it back because the whole point of this this today is a conversation between faith and AI. And faith is not based on, it doesn't take into account the realities of our existence. Faith is ephemeral. Yeah. Faith has to do with, first of all, the belief that there is an external entity that governs your existence. And and it is on the basis of your belief in that external entity and what you believe that external entity wants from you that you act. Now, AI is taking that autonomy. It is owning the fact that you are the external entity and you have the ability to create something. And that something will exceed you by virtue of the way it is designed. Similarly with nature, when we look at evolution, when we look at what we've come from, single-cell organisms, and have become this multifaceted, 3 billion, DNA structured, entities. That is what evolution is. Now, AI is a human-engineered evolution, but it is. It exists, it is here, and it will change every facet of this world. The earth, because we have the ability to impact our environment so critically, we believe that we are the only intelligent species on the earth, which is not true. We saw what a single pathogen did to us 3 years ago. When you look at the structure of ants, the communities, when you look at the intricacies of, we haven't even begun to explore over 70% of the ocean or the entities within it. So there are multiple intelligences already working on this ball, floating in space, spinning in space that we live in. Artificial intelligence is one way in which we will impact on it. And it will, definitely. It has already changed. Sandbox HQ are already doing the quantum computing that you're talking about.
Thank you so much.
I have 2 very quick questions. Something I don't hear tackled a lot in conversations about AI is willpower. So you have intelligence. Computers are intelligent. But in order to change the world, you have to have a desire to change the world. You have to have the willpower to change something. Now, with AI, obviously, that's got to be programmed into it. And then you've got to give the AI systems access to the real world in terms of ability to physically change things. And so, there is the presumption that AI is going to take over the world. It's going to change everything. I think that goes without saying. But why would a computer want to take over your world? Why? Again, I think to human arrogance, why should the computer care? And then who's going to give it, and I'm sure there's enough idiots that are going to do this, but who's going to give it enough access and control over the assets of the world, the physical assets of the world? So I think that's one question. Just a the second one is on jobs, and will we all have all the free time we want to enjoy everything? Is I think we've seen over the course of human history, and will we all be out of a job, is that all the increases in productivity don't actually reduce the amount of time we spend working, don't reduce the number of jobs. They transform the kind of jobs, they change the kind of labor, but somehow or the other, I mean, like, there's billionaires who work harder than people did in, like, pre-agriculture. They spend 100 hours a week working. Like, I don't know, pressing your, yeah, so, yeah.
Okay. Here's the fundamental, with all due respect, flaw in your question. All your frame or your paradigm of answering the question were all backward-looking. So you say, hey, they were billionaires who now work harder, but then the guys, maybe in the farming age, okay? That's game over, buddy, right? This is going to have a permanent, in my view, and it's not just me, a permanent class of people. Okay. A permanent class of people who will never be employed. Okay? And they're not just going to be people who did badly in school. They're going to be people who got PhDs. Okay? Because, let me give you another way of looking at this. 60% of the, and this is just in the technological era, 60% of the jobs today in the non-agricultural space globally didn't exist 50 years ago. And that's with digital technology, right? With AI, this is going to be way bigger than that, okay? I mean, I think what I would suggest to you is that just be patient. I think 90% of all the answers you're going to be given by people like me, Musk, they don't know, nobody knows really, right? It's going to be transformative and different. Now, I'd just like to leave one thing which ties up with something you said, a thought with you, because and it links to faith. And again, I'm just looking at facts, and you can work it out for yourselves. So, in archaeology, before 50,000 years ago, when we find human remains, it doesn't matter whether, well, they're mainly being in Africa, but you'll find that the human remains were, for the most part, buried by themselves. Okay? A mother and a child, an old lady and a husband or partner, or just an old lady or whatever. And that's sort of everywhere we find them. Then, after about 50,000 years, more to recent, we saw a couple of things. The endocranial, the human skull seems to have gone through a massive expansion, almost 3 times. But there's a part of the brain called the cerebral cortex, okay? And at the front of the cerebral cortex, the frontal lobes, is where humans, and we can tell by looking at a CT scan and asking them questions, see the activity for symbolic language, okay? i.e. the ability to imagine and to dream, to hope, and all these things seem to be in this area, which was the area, precisely the area that grew. Then something they now noticed is as they begin to find human remains, and now globally, because now left Africa, so they're in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, but it's the same thing they're seeing. They're seeing that the human remains are now begin to be buried with things. I think I don't need to finish the thought. You can see, I think, in terms of religion and religious thought, what's kind of happened there, okay? And where we're going now is that we've used, if you think about religion, it's really an origin story, right? I mean, just like science is an origin story. I think science is a better one, but that's just me, right? But Islam has an origin story. Christianity has that God created the Genesis, and this is what happened. I think it's now come time to pass the baton. Right? I mean, that's where we are, right? And I can see a discussion, like for example, my friend here and I could have a discussion about single-cell organisms, how humans arose from single-cell organisms, multicellular. Can you not see a situation, I don't know, 1,000 years? I actually think it'll be less. I think it'll be 100 years. 2 AI machines are talking and said, hey, do you remember, apparently, I read somewhere, AI says, I read somewhere that, you know, apparently we descended from these rather dumb, right, carbon-based DNA things that, you know, if they fell, some of them, that was it, right? So you couldn't put them back to, if they had brain damage, they couldn't just, you know, reboot. They were finished, or they couldn't talk anymore, right? And so I sort of think you have to recognize that we're in a phase transition, right? And, you know, and looking back to future explanation is probably of limited value. Okay, with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we can all agree that that was very informative. So, talking about AI, having conversations in the future, and then wondering, where did we come from? We must chart our own future. Okay, so moving on to the next panel, Dimensions to AI Ethics and Responsibility, moderated by Mrs. Tinuade Oguntui. Can she come to the stage, please? And this promises to be a compelling exploration of the ethical landscape of AI. Get ready to challenge and expand your viewpoints on responsibility in the age of AI.
Good afternoon, everyone seated in the room. And to everyone joining us online from all over the world, we say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Tinuade Oguntui. I am a network infrastructure professional, and I work with an ISP and a technology company here in Nigeria. It's such a privilege, of course, to moderate this session, and I want to say thank you to Emmanuelchapel leadership for bringing this kind of stimulating conversations up, because whether we like it or not, even like we heard from the last speaker, it's something we have to really act now. So I want to quickly introduce our panelists. They are some of the finest in the industry. And I start with Mrs. Adetola Adegbayi. She is one that has deep interests in AI governance and societal impact of it. And all of these are stemmed from our training, which is in insurance, finance, and also legal practice. She has over 28 years of experience, and you can imagine what I'm saying. You're welcome, madam. Thank you for joining us, as she will be sharing our own insights and give input as we look at dimensions of AI, its ethics, and the responsibility. And secondly, I want to bring to the panel seat Dr. Tunde Adegbola. Dr. Tunde is a research scientist, a consulting engineer, and he's also the ED of African Language Technology Initiative, and interestingly, a professor, an adjunct professor of AI for over 30 years. And I'd say we need to give him a round of applause for that. So we will bring in his own blend of both technical and cultural values as we discuss this panel topic. And the last but not the least, as I was not calling in any particular order, lest they'll say I'm biased. We want to talk about AI bias, not gender bias. So I'll be bringing on Mr. Victor Fambody. He is a distinguished digital governance professional. And of course, his work is very impressive. I read through his profile and I could tell that all of the input he has brought to the world of AI, both intelligence and autonomous systems, is that he's worthy of giving him a round of applause for as he comes on stage. Thank you very much once again. And before I start with the questions to the panelists, I want to thank every contributors that given one brilliant point or the other to this conversation. And while I want to talk about this with the panelists, I want to quickly mention an experience I had personally 23 years ago when I was a diploma student. So I had always wanted to study medicine, but one way or the other, my marks were not just getting me into it. So my parents, they don't want me to become a devil's workshop. Like, you know, African parents, we always say, I do mine is devil's workshop. So I got into a program in University of Lagos. I did the certificate program, and I fell in love with computers. Then I started my diploma in data processing. And at that time, I was supposed to write my project, and I chose medical diagnosis in female. And I imagine, as at that time, I went to 2 hospitals. One, a family friend, the other, a family member. And I got data sets for how inpatient and outpatients were being treated, spoken to, and the data that they get, the vitals and all of that. And when I got back to school, I made a simple database management system program to ask women questions and probably give them ideas on the next steps to take. And now, as we talk about the boss in AI, I'm beginning to think we shouldn't be worried that there are biases, should we? I don't think we should, because even humans, even as we heard from the last presentation, we have our biases. Because that means it was very possible that the data set I got, and I don't really feel malaria is true, I can manipulate it to give a different view, even when that simple tool is trying to ask questions. So I want to go to Mrs. Aditola. From your legal practice and the work you do and how artificial intelligence itself has modeled or made your own industry evolve, what would you say are some of those legal framework we should start looking at now? Lest everybody start go to the right instead of go to the left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Mr. Aladeloba, right, has left. I think I would have liked to make some responses. Why? There are 2 schools of thought when it comes to artificial intelligence, the pessimistic view and the optimistic view. The pessimistic view seems to have the media and has everybody worried about, you know, what is going on. The optimistic view tries to peel the surface and show people what is underneath. Now, in peeling the surface is essentially what you've mentioned in terms of, you know, the amount of data that you actually do require, you know, to get an AI-enabled machine or a Gen AI system to operate as it should operate. So there's still a lot in terms of that data build, you know, for it to perform as it should. Of course, you know, there are also schools of thoughts that look at, you know, AI from what is it supposed to do. You know, you look at tasks, you know, separation of tasks and separation of wisdom. Tasks are, you know, the things that easily can be AI-enabled in terms of, okay, if you have repetitive actions, you have things that you can easily program, essentially create data sets for, you know, to do things. Those things are going to be done much more efficiently, much more easily. Now we're getting into the knowledge side. On the knowledge side is the fact that AI or Gen AI has actually liberalize or democratize knowledge so that the foundation of the knowledge we have now is going to be at a basic level. We have to sometimes, again, look back to look forward in the sense that, you know, there were days where, you know, mathematics was on longitudinal tables, then we had the calculators, then now, you know, that knowledge, you know, of longitudinal table is no longer required, then we're moving on, you know. I'm just coming from my, you know, my son is sitting entrance exam, and one of the things that you notice with the younger people now is that when you ask them to do, you know, things, to make a research, they're quick to go to the computer, you know, to get, ask, you know, Siri. My son is very good with Siri, tell me this, Siri, tell me that. So you get the responses that you require, and then you put it down. So now you have to learn to even know what, did my son think this thing by himself, or did the machine give him an answer? That may not necessarily be the one that will build that human abilities, so to speak. So the task aspect, gaining knowledge, is very much different, from the wisdom aspect. And again, sometimes, and I'm trying to build up to the final point, is that when you again look at the world we live in, we keep saying it's the last revolution, but it's beginning to also sound like the world is flat. Because whenever, as human beings, we say something is last, so it's just the beginning of something else, rather than being the last thing. And then the beginning of something else is just saying that there are further possibilities that will come. And for those further possibilities to come, we need to, first of all, make the ability to think of the, more complex one simpler. So for me, AI is simplifying. Now, what are the challenges of that simplification? As a risk person, you can't afford to just look at things from a summary point of view. You have to decouple it. So my training is, you need to look at the risk. On the insurance side, for example, when you're looking at systems are as imperfect as the humans that put them together. So there's not going to be a system that is just, fantastic and is going to control all. Because as we know, which is where faith then becomes important, is that, and faith is basically your moral fulcrum, within which to manage a relationship, a social contract with each other. So just as we're having AI on the positive side, we're going to also have AI on the negative side. And these things are going to counteract each other. So from a legal perspective, luckily for us, we're in an environment where we have common law. Common law is principle-based. So because it's principle-based, it's also a question of, do no harm. So a lot of conversations internationally are going on as to what are the rules, the European rules, or maybe the recent pronouncement by the US in terms of, coming out to say that the principle of do no harm must be one of the foundational principles, that you put into AI development. So that do no harm aligns very well with the common law principle of neighborliness. How do you hold people responsible for what the machineries and the equipment, or what the services that they are provided using AI-enabled tools or using Gen AI for services? How do you ensure that that social contract is kept at a level where the human value is maintained? So if we begin to look at things from that perspective, we then begin to see how AI can actually be, from a fundamental point of view, appropriately governed. But that governance is not going to come, from scaremongering. It is going to come from a positive look as to what AI can do. And it is a beautiful and fantastic tool. I actually think we're in a very good world, to start with. And that world has potentials beyond what we can see. Thank
amazing, you. Amazing submission. Amazing. I really picked some things, and I just want to re-echo them about the positivity and the negativity view of AI, and also this point of view that something coming to an end is just about to bet yet another thing, which is also one of the things that AI Singularity also talks about, when now it defies laws. You don't know what exists behind, and that is absolutely brilliant. And I will take this further to Doctor, because you have a beautiful intersection between technology and the African language initiative that you run. In what way might AI now help in bridging the cultural values? Because like I was listening to something and they had this conversation that what is good for climb A is not necessarily good for climb B. And even now that we talk so much about how there is infusion between AI and faith, how, based on the work you do, how would you say that AI will help to bridge all these cultural views, and how will it be be done so that everybody still feel, oh, this is fairness for me, this is fairness for them?
Thank you. And thank you very much for that presentation. Earlier on, the issue of internet penetration and such things were raised, but there are even bigger problems. And part of the bigger problems is the fact that all that is happening in the AI arena has left probably 70% of the world behind. As human beings, of course, I do see the point in some of the earlier speakers who have tried to put us humans where we really belong, because of course we really are probably too arrogant, I mean, too anthropocentric. I think everything should hover around us. But at the end of the day, let's accept that we've come a long way and we've accumulated a lot of knowledge, a lot of wisdom, a lot of good ways to do things right. And these are not localized in any part of the world. They spread through the world. Mr. Ladiloba spoke about Alan Turing and the general Turing test. The fact that the fundamental test of intelligence is a linguistic test. It's about, can the computer communicate intelligently? And the 7,000 odd languages in the world today are all repositories of human knowledge, of human history, of, allow me to be a person of faith, of what God has been doing with humans. Now, the whole knowledge we have today of what we call cognitive science, which is essentially extracted from the most important thing that human beings take out of their mind, that's their language. All the knowledge we have on cognitive science is based on 30 similar languages out of 7,000 languages in the world. Now, how on earth can we build a world that reflects how much God has given humans, looking at just 30, and not just 30, 30 similar languages? By the time you look at English, French, German, English are Anglo-Saxon, so it's Germanic, there's French, it's Romance, Italian. They are similar languages. Okay, there probably be a bit of Thai here, a bit of Vietnamese there, but at the end of the day, they are essentially similar languages. Right? 7,000 languages in the world. And if you have the privilege of looking at language sometimes, you'll be intrigued how deep, how complex the human mind is. Now, we are hoping to build a world in which most of the endowments of the human race is left behind. So for me, the actual concern is how are we going to ensure that in the living of our everyday lives, we are also leaving footprints in the global information infrastructure.
Wow.
That this thing called big data that has come to enable recent developments in artificial intelligence also include realities of people of all the parts of that, to the extent that global humanity will not have lost a lot of the knowledge, a lot of the strength, a lot of the virtues that have been developed over the time. And this is a very, very serious problem that we in this part of the world have to look at critically and ensure that we are not just passers-by in the whole scheme of things.
Wow, thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it deserves a round of applause for this, please. Let us, you know, the way you brought about or what you said about the 30 similar languages out of 7,000. It further shows the complexities that we have to deal with, definitely, in trying to make AI really safe. And of course, the fairness I was trying to refer to, and that is an amazing one, sir. Thank you for that. And that will lead me to your door, Mr. Victor, because you are a digital governance person, and I know you bring this whole lot together for the policies that you make and you also oversee. So how can we have a balance in the advancement of AI and maintaining human-centric ethical values? Looking at there are definitely diversities, is diverse and vast. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And I mean, I've gotten a lot of insights from previous speakers. But I think first thing is to take us back to what Mr. Debayo said. I wish he was here because I have a theory, and that theory is totally different from his perspective. I get the understanding around, posing questions around existential risk, which they are good questions, but a lot of them are not scientific proven, right? And the reason is because over, will I say 8 years that I've been in the AI governance space, I've got to learn more, right, about how these systems really work. Initially, I was also, those that actually believe so much in the singularity and all of those. But when you get involved with working on these machines, then you get to get more information and insight into how they really work. Right now, when we look at AI in terms of its maturity levels, we're at a level where we have machines that literally do memorization, right? And the whole concept around even intelligence is debated, because what then is intelligence? Intelligence is not just about the human brain, because that's what has been described. There's also the body, right? So a classic example will be, I am making a certain, body language towards you. That's intelligence, right? People that are actually familiar with the works of René Descartes, a French philosopher, actually try to, create that dualism around the mind and body. But most importantly, it's about understanding where we are with respect to these systems. Like she has mentioned, there's what the systems are capable of doing with respect to tasks and knowledge, which is a fantastic, way to explain how the systems work. And what, also Prof has said concerning, the limitations with respect to the language, and also where we are with, the world model in which, AI exists from. But beyond that is to clearly understand, the risks also that come with this, right? There are the opportunities which we're already seeing. I mean, you have an AI system that can help you with things like, you feed it an information, a prompt, and then it gives you some basic, output. And that output, you can bank on it, and, you can build on it and improve on it, using ChatGPT, for instance. But beyond that is being able to understand, some of these risks, right? Some of these risks, they are evolutionary. And why I'm saying this is because when I started the journey around risk, what we first tried to understand were things like bias, discrimination, issues around, when you have deep fakes, disinformation, which are still prevalent issues that we have today. But risk has even evolved, right, with the advent of large language models like ChatGPT and the likes. And then you have concepts around hallucination, you have noise, right? And these are key issues that are still, they are existing now, and they keep on evolving. So what I've done in my own space is to be much more humble to just understand how these risks are evolving, and then clearly understand how then do we operationalize some of those, principles from the do no harm, perspective, operationalize it in such a way that you also want to ensure that you don't have government so involved, which I kind of agree with Mr. Adebayo, concerning creating regulations that stifle the progress of AI, especially in this part of the world. But mostly just educating companies, right, businesses, individuals on best ways to use this technology in such a way that you are, you are responsible to it to an extent, and then you understand the need for you not to, maliciously use this kind of, technology. So, for instance, a clear example will be things around fairness, which you mentioned. I have an acronym. I think I kind of did it with faith. So fairness, accountability, interpretability, transparency, and human autonomy. But I will just speak to the last one. But in terms of operationalizing, you can use this faith as, a guiding principle to clearly understand how, to manage the risk around this technology. But human autonomy, what Mr. Adebayo was talking about was, when you look back, underneath is the concept of control and autonomy, really. And then the aspect that speaks to autonomy is one that is significant. So what I advise a lot of companies is, you still need to understand that when you adopt this technology, or when you build them or develop, right, these systems, you clearly need to design the human side of things, right? And that's where the balance comes in. You need to understand that there needs to be control. And, we always talk about human in the loop, but we don't clearly understand what kind of values kind of fit into this human in the loop, really. And that's where, the conversations need to move to. Where you design the system, bear in mind that there are humans that will use this system, right? And there are humans that you are creating the system for. So they are going to impact their lives in one way or the other. So you have to think about how you create it. So a clear example, for instance, will be when you use a large language model, if you are the producer of one, you should clearly state the disclaimer about the capability level of such systems. So thinking of it in that way, is just being able to ensure that human autonomy is still clearly designed, and then the process can improve over time as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Victor. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Victor. And I like the part that he said, not until you get into the work, you might not really get the bigger picture, and the work you do is amazing, and thank you for that. And talking about the explainability, that disclaimer is very important, lest we just get misled unnecessarily. And that is even for ChatGPT 3.5, if you use, then you're asking some information that it doesn't have. It clearly say, I'm just an AI. And of course, I cannot do more than what I've been fed. So I really thank you for that submission. I will come back to you, Mrs. Aditola. I'm sorry, that alarm is for my lunch. I'm sorry. I had this since COVID. I'm sorry. So I wanted to come back to you. You were saying something about what the US government just said about do no harm. And I know there is also a part that had been going round about, because you can do it does not mean you should do it. Think of the people before the profit. I don't know if you've heard that. Is also about AI, because of course we see a lot of things happening. So the question goes to you on what ways can AI influence and potentially enhance understanding of ethical behavior in the society? And I want you to pick it from that angle of insurance and finance. Now that AI will have to also take decisions for people, not necessarily because it's getting the accurate data. Somebody is entitled to loan, somebody is not entitled. So how does AI come? What are the things you want to say about this? Thank you.
Okay, I think Maybe I'll answer it generally, then you'll probably then answer the, insurance, exclusionary, because it's about exclusionary clauses angle. Is that, first of all, AI is basically a reflection of us, okay? It is, in addition, a test tube of our human ethical considerations. So, as a test tube of our human ethical consideration, we first of all have to, in a way, go from what is the ethical basis of a particular business, or what is the ethical basis of a particular society. Then we need to ask ourselves as well, what is the philosophy of us as a nation in terms of how we deal with the things we need to do, and also how we interact with ourselves. Now, we can say that, AI, we're not going to be like the US, we're not going to be like XYZ, we're not going to get there. That's because a lot of times also we have an import-dependent type of philosophy. We import our philosophies into our environment. But when we then talk about on the language side, what are we doing within our environment? First of all, to codify our national philosophy in a language, with the language nuances, which means you're going to need different people from different parts of Nigeria, for example. I mean, Nigeria itself is big enough, in terms of, language complexities. Then we then need to move forward. How do we then ensure that these national philosophy, the nuances of traditional ethical considerations, the nuances of ethical, the way we see respect, whether in terms of, the deference that Yoruba people pay, or whether it's, the way other parts look at how they respect their elders or how they interact with the elders. How do we begin to look at all this and first of all put it in place? Now, when we're talking about insurance, we're basically talking about enterprise that is very much, commercially modeled from an imported idea and imported philosophy, okay? We have not looked at it from, our own thrift type of traditional method of mutuality of protection, okay? So in terms of insurance contract, yes, because we're in a risk business, AI makes it easier to understand the risk that you as a person pose to my business. So if with AI, I have all your medical information, the AI can basically say, XYZ is a bad risk, don't underwrite XYZ. Then you then have to ask yourself, what is the purpose and what is the value of insurance in the first place? Is it to take money from people without risk? Or is it to collectively take money from people to help those who will need it at an indeterminate time in the future? That's how you then begin to look at how you construct, the use of AI for enterprise. Then you then have to say that some exclusions, but the way we do it is we then exclude, or we select, we become selective. Then the rules and the regulation, again, I'm happy that we're in a common law principle-based, legal system, is to say that there are certain exclusions that you cannot put in your contract. One of which is that if it is AI that has selected a group of people to say you should not underwrite, you cannot use that information. So you have to then, at build stage, process the data in such a way that it will not utilize the personal information of the people against them when it comes to underwriting. You may then have to create what we call limitations. You can then say, if indeed the system says that you are prone to certain diseases, which means your lifespan is likely to be shorter than the other people within the group, maybe, you start sub-limiting, but you cannot start charging a premium that will then leave those people, vulnerable people, because insurance is really about protection of vulnerability, leave vulnerable people out of the insurance coverage net. So an insurance gap will become, wider. And I'm happy that there are, there was an international case where insurance people indeed try to use it and will say, oh, sorry, you can't use it. Now, that is a principle-based AI development that is recognizing the human wisdom of togetherness, of mutual protection, of mutual responsibility for each other within that social contract perspective. So for me, I think those are the areas we must begin to look at, particularly also from the governance side, where when you then build, or first of all, you prototype, you then send your prototype out to test that the system is actually behaving as designed to exclude some of the things that it should not do. Then also, after prototyping, you build before you then release. At build stage, you still have to send it out also, maybe to focus groups or interest groups to test it. Because it's all about, the evolution of testing and correction. AI, is for me, yeah, they say, where they'll become more intelligent, but I would say they'll become more intelligent as much as the humans who created them, which means they can also become as dumb or as evil, or as good or as excellent as those who are behind the data sets that has been used to actually create them. My fear, again, is all the laws and regulations have to be programmed. And I also dare say, moral instruction, including, whether it's from a church perspective, whether it's from a mosque perspective, whether it's from a Buddhist or from whatever perspective, should begin, to AI those moral instructions as well, so that those moral instructions can be infused, into the behavior of the system. I think religion is staying out of it. But I rather say that religion needs to come back into it, not go with a scaremongering, but consciously come back into it and program those basic principles and basic tenets into the system to allow the system to regulate the behavior that should be appropriately regulated, so that we can counter those ones, from a victimology or criminological aspect of it, so that we can then counter what may happen on the negative AI side, because that negative is developing at a very high speed as much as the good is developing. Life is dual, and it will continue that way forever.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Adetola. Please always do this for the speakers, because it's a lot of insight she has mentioned, and when you said they will just become as dumb as the people that created them, it reminds me of the concept we used to use then in computing, that garbage in, garbage out. What you have given is probably what the AI systems will produce. And of course, every time there will always be the bad actors, but we need the people also on the defense. And just like she said, a question popped in my head, that we begin to ask AI, how should a Christian girl behave? How should a Christian business person do business without necessarily having to treat people? Because now we are bringing us also into the design phase and all that. And we talked about the place of the feedback. Is anybody auditing any of these data sets? Is there any assessment going on? And that is very important and critical. Thank you once again. Doctor, I'm coming right to your door now. What are the potential ethical risks of AI in terms of cultural homogenization? And how can this be mitigated? I know she mentioned some parts, so you use your body of work to really give us insight on this, sir.
Again, I'll start by saying everything, what made AI very popular, probably in the last 10 years, and in the last 1 or 2 years with ChatGPT and all that, is the fact that we humans finally got to a point where we could teach computers, we could make computers learn. And that learning is the very, very important thing there. And what's all this learning about? as human beings, part of our strategy for being or for exhibiting intelligence is the fact that we do not look at our world as a collection of objects, but we look at our world as a collection of classes of objects, so that we don't give attention to each individual, but we look at the classes. And that's why we all talk about machine learning is about classification and clustering and all that. So everything that has made artificial intelligence the buzz idea today comes from the fact that we've been able to aggregate human knowledge, human thought, and we have come to a point where we're able to make computers learn those things. Now, and she has said a bit of it, that all these things that computers are learning are the thoughts that we have placed in our environment and which the computer is gleaning from now. And these include all the writings of sages, both positive and negative, the Machiavellis of this world, and end justifies the means, is part of what our computers are learning in the name of artificial intelligence. So what we might need to actually do in going forward, and that is what makes me really happy about this initiative of the emmanuelchapel, like I said sometime earlier on, that we people of faith, we accept the responsibility of being the salt of the earth and the light of the world. We are not going to sit back and let AI just, we've got to modulate it somehow. We've got to be some sort of gatekeepers. And that is why we need to be able to look at the whole idea of machine learning and all these things in a way that we can actually reduce the capacity of machines to learn their own thing. I've not had this kind of thought in the development of artificial intelligence so far. We just allow the machine to learn everything that's available. I believe there is a place for some level of value judgment in which we can constrain the direction in which artificial intelligence learns. So, and this ties up with what I said earlier on, we need to ensure that the cultures of various peoples of the world, the ways they have done things that have made things work for their cultures, given their environment. And you did mention it also about the fact that the whole world is not likely to see things the same way. We live in various environments, different environments, and this thing we call culture is just a response to our environment. And the culture is so central to the whole thing that I always tell my students that technology answers only questions raised by culture. And technology solves problems that culture formulates. It is the need of culture that technology responds to. And to avoid cultural homogeneity, therefore, we must ensure cultural diversity in the infrastructure that we are using to build artificial intelligence. Every culture of the world must be sufficiently respected and must be allowed to play a role in developing, determining the direction of artificial intelligence. That's the only way by which we can actually ensure that we take everybody along.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. A round of applause for Doctor for that submission. Am I able to take Mr. Victor one more time? Okay, so because of time, because we would also need to take questions for those joining us online or you're just joining, we are looking at dimensions of AI and the ethics and its responsibility. And I'm taking up Mr. Victor on the responsibility question. Okay, we already have questions popping in from online, but before I take the question, let me quickly ask Mr. Victor. Now, everybody is talking about responsible AI. You sit in the governance space, and some have argued the developers or designers should be blamed. Some say the users should be blamed for not knowing the boundaries, and some say the government had actually not done enough to put some regulations. What are your thoughts on this? As I begin to take the questions online.
Wow.
Thank you.
You've put me on the spot.
Sorry.
No. It's fine. So, I mean, how I see governance and responsibility is it's quite complex, really. I won't come here and say, well, you do X and Y, or you do Z. But I think what is fundamental is about even firstly understanding, your society, right? And understanding your society here is, whether we like it or not, there needs to be an entity that needs to take that responsibility. And that entity here is government. Now, how government goes about shaping all of this is going to be, dependent on how best they even understand the operating environment in which AI, progresses. Mr. Adebayo, actually, I love that AI index, right? And it just it's a pointer into some of the things that government generally needs to do differently. So government needs to take the lead. And in taking the lead here, I'm not saying regulations, right? Because a lot of times that's what a lot of people actually have that misconception around. But I think what government needs to first understand is having a clear strategic commitment. And yeah, strategic commitment here is saying, where are we? Doing an assessment of your current environment, right? Where are we in terms of infrastructure, in terms of talent, in terms of the operating environment, in terms of R&D, in terms of even current policies that promote, not, kind of regulates in terms, if you know what I mean. And that needs to be clear as day, right? It needs to be clear as day. So you do an assessment, and then from there you can now clearly state that, oh, this is where we are, and I think this is where we need to, channel a lot of our resources towards. Top of my head, I would look at talent, right? Talent is massive in Nigeria today. I mean, we have a lot of those that fall within that demography, that the youth demography that actually does a lot of tech stuff. And they are, a lot of them are employable, to diaspora, and they earn, right, from this. Now, there is a lot of value that comes into that we've not even been able to harness properly. I'll give you a very clear example. Right now, when you look at the global value chain, AI chip making, I'm just giving this expo, is a huge shortage. Is at a huge shortage, globally. Now, and what do I mean by that? I'll give, still on this example, we know TSMC, that's Taiwan, semiconductor, company, yeah. They kind of, created, they developed a farm in Arizona, right? And why that farm, right? When I mean farming, I'm saying chip farm, right? It's not at the capacity at which they want it to be. Why? There are no AI chip makers. Now, a lot of times here in this part of the world, we are so heavy on software engineering and all of this. I'm not saying these things are not good. They are good. But how competitive are you when you look at it at the global value chain? And now we have a huge shortage right now that we are not taking advantage of. So I'm just using that as a clear example, and it still feeds into the governance part, right? Because governance is two-edged. One is about the risk management, which is clearly where I play, and there's the one that, you know, the other parts where you want to harness the opportunities, right? In harnessing the opportunities, how well are we performing? And those are the key questions that needs to be asked, right? And that's where that example comes in. Now, on the risk side, like I mentioned earlier, risk is evolutionary, right? It's not, especially for AI now. And the reason is because Moore's law here, when applied, as much as when computing, you know, increases, the cost is going to keep halving, right? And what that means is the bad actors will always also have access to this kind of technology, right? That's what it means, because the cost is cheaper. Now, how then do they need to think about risk? First is, I think what needs to be done is, you need to have clear industry code of conduct. Code of conduct here is saying, in insurance today, what is attainable, right, in terms of the risks? And you have to make it an industry perspective and not just the broad AI regulation stuff. Or AI, well, I've gone to regulate. And the reason is because the complexities in which AI is being used, you use it in different industries, you have different use cases. It makes it very complex. If I ask Prof now, hey, can he give 20 use cases in which you can use language like NLP, for instance? He will give me 50, right? And you'll be shocked that out of those 50, they have their own specific kind of risks that come with it. So how then do you create just a broad umbrella regulation without considering, you know, some of these things? So in understanding that, there needs to be that clear, you know, first thing is understanding, you know, where you are as a country, and that's what Mr. Adiba did. Fantastic. You look at which country is closer to you, what are they doing differently in terms of strategy and even execution, and then you bring it back and try as much as possible to, you know, see what you can do differently within your own environment. And then when you look at the risk segment, you need to clearly understand, you know, the parts around code of conduct. And code of conduct here is not saying government just stays in Aso Rock or whatever, any subnational government, and then come up. No, it needs to work with the actors. It needs to work with the actors. You can't, I always emphasize this with them. If you're working in silos, when you create this stuff, you are going to go back to the conversation around garbage in, garbage out. That's the idea. So
wow, thank you so much, Mr. Victor. You know, talking about the code of conduct, please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Talking about the code of conduct, something just popped up now. It's easier for, let me just use maybe the very big companies now, the likes of Google, Meta, and IBM and all that. You can easily look through their books to see what their code of conduct is, and somebody is task forcing them. What about that young 13-year-old boy in the corner you don't even know, and he's already doing all of this? Just a food for thought. Do you want to say something to that? Because, you know, I think most times we feel, oh, and I like that part you mentioned about the value chain, because it's broad and we should not attempt to solve it from just one point. It is really broad. You just mentioned the cheap farm now. We don't have enough. Even in Nigeria, do you have more people educated to really take up these challenges?
Yeah, maybe I missed that part, education. Okay. And the thing about education is it creates more access. And when you're creating access, you automatically are collecting data, and you are passing a certain level, certain value around who you are educating. So you know that when you're passing education around AI, how to develop these systems, you're also passing the responsible way in which to develop them. So that's one way to, I won't say I have all the answers, because it's quite complex, but that's one way to look at it, right? Education and awareness. But those things need to actually occur, right? And not they need to occur in such a way that it may be simultaneously, right? But at the end of the day, it's about getting to pass these values, like what Prof has said. Is getting to pass these values in such a way that they clearly understand, what needs to be done differently. There are communities that exist, and maybe Prof also knows them. Masakani, for instance. Masakani, you can be young as 15, age 15, and you be part of that community. What do? They are bridging the gaps around machine translation. So things around language and all of that. And they are doing it with the clear intention around responsibility. So, I do some stuff with some of them in that community, and I know how they hold on, very well to responsibility. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the things I would just also want to add is change begins with all of us. From every of our sphere of influence, we need to do what we have to do. Mrs. Adetola mentioned something about we import a lot. I used to tell people that we are these people, especially this part of the world, we have this thing about copying and pasting, not necessarily making it fit into what solves our own problem. And education, obviously, is a gap that we need to close. We are even talking of all this AI and all that, ChatGPT since a year plus ago and all that. Some people, even in Nigeria as at today, don't have access to 2G network. How do they even want to know what you're talking about? So tomorrow, somebody comes down to Lagos and is exposed to ChatGPT, and they begin to do really crazy things because they just want to be part of the buzz and all that. So I think it's a whole lot of work, and we all have to start from where we are. I had a question or like a contribution online, but unfortunately, it's not my phone, so it disappeared, and I don't know how to get through to that. But it was more like a contribution. The person was saying something about maybe AI is not the last frontier. I guess that is what I read. I don't know if we have questions in the room. Contributions? For, against? Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't believe in the last frontier. I don't believe in the last frontier theory because current innovations give birth to new beginnings, technologies, etc. Where were we 1,000, 5,000 years ago? So I think the writer is talking about Mr. Adebayo's presentation. Like, I believe she's a she. I don't believe in the last frontier theory because just like what Mrs. Adetola said, that the ending of a thing is a beginning of another. Since we don't have questions, I will just take maybe like a concluding word from the speakers, and this time around just to also admonish us on bringing this infusion of AI, faith, its dimension and ethics as it borders on our own beliefs too. Thank you. I start from you, Mrs. Adetola. You dropped your mic already? Please just give us 30 seconds.
Yeah. There's a buzzword that Mr. Adebayo used, and again, I wanted to respond what I was told, was closing down, which is when he said, hope is not a strategy. I hear it all the time. Hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy. And I keep saying, nobody says hope is a strategy. But hope is energy. And it is the energy, it's the human energy that creates. So if you really want to situate hope, it then connects back with the issue of faith and how faith also must, religion, the purveyors of faith must then come into this dynamic of, artificial intelligence, particularly on the Gen AI side, where it can easily work. So for me, that energy of hope can be, there's a big word, which is always a tongue twister for me. So I will slow myself down to say it. It can be algorithmicized. basically. And once that is done, I think as human beings, we would create a better world, a more efficient, dynamic, better world with AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doctor?
I'd just like to reiterate that as people of faith, we should take our responsibility as the salt of the earth and the light of the world seriously. We cannot afford to yield our world to stolid, mechanistic thinking, which is an alternative, but for me, not an alternative that can produce a world in which humans live. And to that extent, we should be able to constitute value gatekeepers for the way technology is evolving, for the technology is going ahead, and particularly since artificial intelligence has become a product of technology that's going to have a lot of effects on the human spirit. It is important that we engage it robustly and ensure that we do not allow the whole of humanity to run in a race of fancy.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Mr. Victor, can we have you?
So I mean, it's captured some of my words, but it's fine.
He looked into your book.
So I mean, for me, I think as you know, part of being the body of Christ, right? We should be open to change, because this technology actually just brings in change, and it's transforming society at a scale where a lot of us are even doubting ourselves, right? Can we be as productive in this particular kind of change? But I would say you can be as productive as even what you desire to be. Like she said, hope first, right? And then channel that energy into ensuring that you become a better person and be a good representative, of how this technology can be better harnessed, right, within the marketplace. So yeah, I'll just keep it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining the panel session on dimensions of AI ethics and responsibility. For everyone that joined us online, let's keep the conversation going. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I think we've been going on for quite a while now. So if we just take like a 10-minute break, then we'll jump into the last panel of the day, and that promises to be very exciting. Thank you. So there are some snacks outside, by the way, that we've got for you guys. So please head to the table just outside the door. You can pick up a snack and a drink to give you a little bit of energy for the last sprint.
Okay, guys. I think we're getting ready for the final push. Can we please take our seats? Okay, so as we proceed to our final panel, Engaging Dialogue in the Information Society, led by Ms. Adora Ikenze. Please welcome her to the stage. We'll prepare to delve into how AI is reshaping our communication and interaction in this digital era. This session is all about connecting the dots in the vast web of the information society. So can we welcome the panelists? Mr. Chikanwobi, please come to the stage. Ms. Sheung Ajilola, please come to the stage. And Pastor. Thank you. Thank you so much. So there you go.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for staying with us this long. It has been an incredible day so far. We have learned a lot. We've argued a bit. And I think all of us, our minds have been expanded quite a bit. We are going to have a conversation about dialogue in the information sector with the focus on AI. I don't know how we're going to do that in 20 minutes, but we will try. And for that purpose, I'm going to skip, stand on existing protocols and skip introductions, and go straight into the questions. I'm actually going to start with Pastor Madujemu, because the whole import of this conversation today is really how the faith community can engage with this new technology, the risks, the benefits, you know. So my question to you, to seed this conversation is, you know, in what ways do you see AI facilitating a deeper understanding of faith and spirituality in society?
Okay, thank you very much. It's been thank you to the church. I appreciate this. It's really been a cutting-edge church, and we're grateful for that. I have embraced AI like it's going crazy, but I have to keep telling people that I got this from AI, just to be safe. However, my biggest concern is the fact that we're also worried about the damage it's going to do, the way the world is going to end and all that. We're even so much worried about saving the Nigerian economy and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we seem to have forgotten that this world is already doomed for destruction. We have a job to do, which is to pull people out and bring them into salvation. And every time we get a tool like AI, we categorize it and we say it's not part of the tools God has given us to save the world. And at the end of the day, I remember there's this interview I saw of Steve Jobs. He said there was a study in America about the most efficient animals in the world, and they studied sharks, they studied all sorts of animals, and then they found out that man took about, I think, was the 46th or something like that animal in terms of efficiency. But the minute you give the man a bicycle, he topped his game. We were designed from the very beginning to use tools to accomplish what God wants us to do. That's why when we use tools in agriculture, we become more successful. If we stop playing this game about choosing sides on television, on the internet, we keep choosing sides rather than saying, what would you have me do with this?
Thank you. That is That's an interesting perspective. So you see AI as a tool. So it's not the other. It's not the enemy. Yeah. So I'm going to go to you, Shemu, then. So can you speak to your thoughts on how practically we can actually use AI, to foster more understanding, more cooperation, and improve the quality of health, and like Pastor said, save people.
Thank you very much. So I was really hoping that questions thrown at me would be practical questions, case studies, because being in this industry, being a Christian, growing up as a Christian, and also now verging into emerging technology as a career, I just want to see that there's a bit of a balance, and people around me understand that there's a balance with everything. Is that, as you said before, the world is still going to end anyway, whether it's going to end by machines or end by flood, whatever, it's still going to end. So why not make the best of it while we're here? So in terms of practicality, is that in faith, I'm going to start with faith, since this is what the summit is about, is that we want to, before this world will end, we have to be able to get the gospel around the world. People are flying, traveling here and there. We have churches buying private jets because they need to preach in certain areas. And you talked about ESG. We're maxing out our all our carbon footprints, even if we do that. So while we're here, people are watching us online, right? I want more people. I want to reach more people. So practical example is that we have tools that have been developed where translation, AI tools have been developed that can translate simple, Sunday, Saturday preachings. And I'm reaching around the world in every language. So, and it's funny how the Bible is also really interesting, is that there was a time in the Bible where when they said the disciples were speaking in tongues, and everybody from everywhere could understand what that person is saying. And I know I was joking in my head. I'm like, what if that was just simple AI? You understand? And I'm saying, because I can be talking right now, I can hold up my phone, you can hold up your phone, and I'm speaking in Yoruba, and you understand it in Chinese. I don't need an interpreter to, translate that. That's just a basic tool that you can use to even just foster Christianity. So, Christians not wanting to associate themselves is, I would call it ridiculous, because that's just the basic thing. Then we're not talking about healthcare, we're not talking about agriculture, healthcare, operations and all of that. Agriculture, we're producing large numbers and all of that. So, foundation is just getting it right, making sure that people here have talked about how we can make it ethical, put controls in place. We get the right people to do that. But let's just then worry that, okay, right now, here in this moment, what can we use? Simple practical tools to use to make this, to capitalize or maximize the use of artificial intelligence in just our day-to-day life, as good as preaching. Right.
I'm going to follow up on that with you, Chika, because you come from the VC background, Joberman, Checky, now Decagon. When you look at following up on what Shemu has said, how can we? Or rather, I'd like you to just speak to again. How do you see it really helping bridge the inequities that we are looking at, make for a more just, a more equitable, a more compassionate society, and where does this fit into the capitalist environment that we're working in? This environment where the individual continues to be king rather than the collective.
Yeah, thanks. So I think AI is a enabler of human potential. It's technology. What is technology? Help stuff to increase the leverage of people's actions. You put in something and you get more out. And so you sow and you reap, which is fundamental. But now you reap more, much more. which means that outcomes are going to be much bigger. So AI will not improve equality or balance by default. If you think about like a lot of like the growth of technologies, like historically, especially information-related technologies, there's like evil adopts faster, sort of, right? Like porn drove the growth of the internet, while venture and people were still trying to figure out how to use it well. The porn industry got in and it was easy, right? So it won't happen naturally, it won't happen organically, it would happen with a lot of intentionality. And I'm a technology person, and I've really struggled with, because we're still Nigeria, if you think about inequality globally, Nigerians, black people globally are behind, and we're trying to catch up. And I've dedicated my, a decade of my life, or really most of my life, to trying to use technology and the internet. I graduated from university when internet was. I was in university when internet became a thing. I studied computer science. So really dedicated my life so far to trying to help people catch up, Nigerians catch up, because internet provided an opportunity for Nigerians to catch up. But the people that are ahead are moving faster. So I'm concerned. And trying to figure out when to, like somebody like me, when to shift my focus from what we're trying to. If you think about agriculture, for example, we're still catching up. We have not yet gotten to where they are, and they are going further. So it's a big concern, and I really think that people must understand it, focus in, and really deploy capital in a focused way to bring an transformative outcome.
Okay, so this is interesting because Pastor started us off with the obligation to use the tools that we have been given. Shingo has talked about the potential of using those tools. Chika, you've told us that we can use it, but recognize that it's moving at a rapid speed. So let me turn the conversation to the ethical realm. Faith is very much predicated on, first of all, the belief that there is a higher power that you are beholden to, and that higher power has given a set of principles around which you should live your life and you should engage. Are there any ethical concerns about outsourcing the engagement with this higher power to an artificial intelligence that has been created by humans, knowing fully well how flawed humans are?
I don't know if any of you saw the video that Sam Adeyemi put out about the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God on a plane, asking him about what's the role of the church in fixing the country. And he said, we have to pray for more people to be saved. And he said, this is too simplistic. Why would you reduce everything to that? But he said this, he said, listen, if you had a group of armed robbers who wanted to choose a head, will they choose a policeman? They're likely to pick up another armed robber. But the minute the heart of that armed robber is changed, he can influence all the other armed robbers. We technically and spiritually have the greatest responsibility to change the minds of the people working on AI to be able to be ethical about it. And so that's why we can't keep playing this game of catch-up. We have to get involved. Because ultimately, it's the man that determines what he uses a tool for. You have a gun, you can kill people, or you can protect people. You have money, you can use it for good, or you can use it for evil. And so the real responsibility we have is really reaching the hearts of men to be able to get them to a place. Because when you're between yourself and that mirror, or yourself and the word, The Bible talks about it reflects who you are. It tells you who you are. I've listened to the founder, the guy who runs the AI, the one who got into this, the quitting thing. And I was listening to the ethics and the principles they put into the... Now, whether it's true or not, what he said was that we've been very careful, you know what I mean, to make sure that the software we're producing, you try it. Ask GPT to do something evil. I remember I got so angry in one of my letters I wrote something like, I'm angry with you and you're really getting on my nerves. And when ChatGPT edited it for me, it changed it completely. It was like, I'm not going to allow you to talk like that. But that's because of the people who built it. Now, what if we have a new set of people who are going to build videos that make us, as pastors, start to curse Muslims? What are we going to do about that? Again, we have to reach people with this gospel. Change it. That's the only way we can get concrete out of this. But the issue of ethics still comes down to the man. Many of us pretend that we're good, and when we hear the stories about us later, we find out that we're not. So ultimately, that's a one-on-one thing. That's where the church comes in. I was told, and let me close with this, that I think it was Liverpool or Manchester, the head, whatever they call them, the head of the city called the churches together and said, guys, you're not doing your job. Why? Because we're having such great divorce rates that we have to provide housing for two groups of people. We have to provide for the man and we have to provide for the woman. So if you guys do your job well, you keep them together and the number of housing we'll be looking for will be less.
Well, that's a fantastic example of how governance really has to do with real-world practicalities. And I'd be interested to hear from either of you, Sheung, Chika, on your thoughts on what Pastor has said, that it is essential for people of faith to be part of the conversation about the design for it. So we heard from the earlier panelists who spoke about how influences on the industry and governance. Chika, from your perspective, you've built two companies in Nigeria. You're on your third now. When you're designing these systems, and you're now looking at bringing this artificial leverage into it, how much flexibility do you have? What are the things that you are looking for, or what do you need from the environment in order to be able to be as impactful as Pastor says the faith community has to be?
That's loaded. I think that there's something about like the idea that the Bible is full of a lot of rules, a lot of values, a lot of things, and then Jesus simplified it as like love. Like it's very, very important to love God and love people, and that I think is really important, really fundamental, that we as Christians think about how to use AI to show the love of Christ to people, to solve their problems, to meet their needs. Some of the very important problems now are things like, there are a lot of problems, but things like loneliness, sickness, hunger, but especially loneliness and health, and even like the engagement of the mind. So especially so I think that, because there's a big threat. By the way, AI has generated a lot of wealth for a very long time, for the last 10 years or so, in its use in social media. When he talked about AI being used to make a pastor say, you look at the anger or the polarization of societies, that's driven by algorithms, and not just algorithms, that's driven by AI being deployed for quite a while now. And so Christians need to figure out how to, so people are wasting their lives. The point I'm trying to make about the social media is that social media is very powerful in engaging people's consciousness, people's time, people's attention, which is really what we have to give to the master, to deploy for the use of the master. Time, attention. So yeah, so that has already, so I think that's one of the most important problems that Christians need to try and solve, figure out how to use the tools to help people not get addicted, get off, how to manage children. There's a big risk of a different type of human being, our children, right? And so this is an important thing that Christianity must be proactive. If you think about, like, I'm going on a bit too long, if you think about like the emergence of opioids and things like that, and you think like historically, like China as a society, as a kingdom, fell when opioid emerged, right? And then they had to figure out how to control, because their whole society was destroyed. So that's the kind of, because this kind of addictive, right, capabilities that are being available everywhere. So this, I think, is a very important thing that Christians must try and figure out and start to understand and speak out, and not just speak, but maybe build tools and just try and influence outcomes in this regard.
Shay, before I let you follow up on that, I wanted to just highlight what Chika said, because we spent the day talking about artificial intelligence as this great thing that is coming, and it's going to like what's that movie with Schwarzenegger? And Terminator, and it's going to take over, and really the reality of it is that it's here, and it is in the thing that has become so ubiquitous to us, our method of communication. So really, I'm so glad that you brought us back to what this panel is about. How we should recognize AI in communication and information in our society, and how the faith community can work with, and not necessarily against, but to at least put some safeguards in that. So Shem, over to you.
Okay, in addition to what he said, because I was just as Pastor just mentioned, in terms of ethics, we've talked about how we can ethically, how we can control certain aspects of our day-to-day lives. He talked about depression, and he mentioned the word, and I just said, like, for instance, the issue of polarization, and how people can just tend to influence. We've been influencing ourselves on social media, this ideology against that ideology. And when it comes to ethics, is that when these solutions are being built, and I think a lot of the more advanced countries have put all those sorts of measures in place, where places like Twitter, for instance, where everyone is free to talk, everyone is free to quote, everyone is free to repost, and then that just keeps feeding into your own phones and your social media. And I remember we all know that once you say a word so many times, you start to pop up on your phones, and then you feel that's the right thing and all of that. And I remember one of my aunts saying that, this phone is the witch. I was just thinking about these things, and then it just comes up. And I just smiled to myself, because I just don't want to go on about how it works, because you say, today, So, those kind of things is that by the time you keep, the mind just keeps absorbing some of these things. But people have, and I think we too can. People say, we can't create our own Twitter. Why can't we create our own sort of social media where we can sort of manage, I think it's Tumblr. So there's an alternative to, the likes of Twitter now, where you can't just quote or quote someone else, and then we are consciously able to say, the conscious effort is saying that rather than paint another ethnic group in a wrong light, or another religion in a wrong light, why can't we just start promoting videos that show them, let's even leave religion out of this right now. Let's even say, just responsibility. Start promoting more positive things. There's war somewhere there. Okay, the Igbos, the Hausa, look at the good things the black people are doing. Look at the good things the white people. Let's consciously start to put that into even just our day-to-day, what we're building solutions for people. Let's start promoting that. Let's even start looking at alternatives to all the social media and create ones of our own. All of those sorts of things in terms of ethics, in terms of just, the basic things. I can go on and on, but, those are fundamental things you can start off. We may not be able to catch up with, the Western world. And I think we are really, because I think apologies to whoever comes from there, is that they've gotten to a point of so much comfort that they're now seeking other means of things to engage themselves, and they know all of this sort of alternative ways of life. But I think that by the time we are still emerging. Let me use the word emerging. So we still have the opportunity that we don't need to necessarily emerge into what they have created as a platform. We can create our own sort of direction with the kind of technologies we want to build. We've done that with, our music used to be bush to people before. Now our kind of music, our style of music, Afrobeat, and is now what everybody wants to associate themselves with. So we create our own type of social media, not social media yet, our own type of information. We can then we cannot catch up with it. Let's not import their culture, let's not import their style. Let's create our own style, create our own culture. I agree to it. Look, we're already backward, but in this our backwardness, we'll create our own. We'll create our own avenue, our own, let's use our own. You see, like, for instance, look at the fabric he's wearing. Look at the fabric you're wearing. Back in the days, it did not used to be like the thing. It has to be like the Western thing. But our art now, you can see that, okay, we take our art and then put some form of AI into it, and you see that you bring art to life. Those are the kind of things that we would now start to do as the third world nation, and say, look, don't worry, we won't meet you, we won't build quantum computers, we won't build all of that, but we will build our own type of lifestyle that would suit us and would set us ahead of our own game. Create our own game is what my own word is here. Thank you.
So we have a strong push for localizing again. Same thing that Prof was talking about, that you cannot have just 30% of global languages dictating the repository of human knowledge. Yeah. But the fact still remains that in order for you to get to the stage where you can replicate at scale, everybody always uses the example of Singapore, multicultural city-states, but they've managed to create their own identity and they've set their own standards, and they don't go where the rest of the world is going. It requires a certain amount of first intellectual understanding of the challenges that you are facing, a willingness to sacrifice what you need to sacrifice, to put in the foundations and put in the structures to be able to build those things. And I remember, sorry to digress, but I remember my father once told me a story about a speech that Thurgood Marshall gave, where he said, he was talking about the lot of the black man. And basically, to condense, he said, look, every culture has been colonized at some point in a time. But that the problem with the black man is that the black man is the only cultural race that, in the process of colonization, lost two things: their language and their spirituality. And once you lose your language, you are unable to express your understanding of of your existence, and your understanding of the creation and the responsibilities that you have with that. And that is, once that breaks, you will always be interpreting yourself, your identity, through somebody else's paradigm. And that's why you cannot, you will never be able to protect yourself. Yeah. So when we're talking about building these things, what do you see is the role, this sense of identity, this sense of independence, this protective mechanisms? What do you see the role of the faith community? Given, and I'm not trying to be controversial here, but given that the interpretation of your divine relationship is still a received one.
I think that's an assumption. But let me, Dr. Adegbala, who happens to be my mentor, told me a story years ago about how he just got a phone call and he's been doing a lot of work building TV stations, doing a lot of work in the technology field and so on. And nobody really, gave it any attention. But one day he gets a phone call and it's a gentleman, I'm speaking from America, I want to interview you. I want to find out about what you're doing. You're doing something about language, you're doing something about African languages and all that. And I think at the end of the day, they gave him a quarter page or half a page in the New York Times or one of those very famous. And Doc said this, nobody would ever recognize what you're doing when you're doing it for other people other than your own people. I think the reason why Christianity looks as if it's an imported religion is simply because we're not applying the principles to where we live. We're not helping people here. It seems as if we're pulling them out and saying, you know what I mean, you've got to belong to this group to be successful. When it's a different thing, we're sent to them. And another thing he said, which really has stuck with me, is that, and a few days ago there was another by a Chinese woman who wrote The Gilded Edge. She said the same thing. The institutions you need in a developed country are totally different from the institutions you need in a developing one like ours. But like you said, we just import. We just import. We keep importing things from abroad. Even our Senate, House of Assembly, everything is imported. You ask people to vote. We vote collectively. We don't vote individually in this country. The chief tells you who to vote for. And so at the end of the day, you're telling them it's one man, one vote. Technically, it's not. Then even this issue of women being subjugated, Doc reminded us that if you notice in our history, we had women who were leading battles. Wasn't it a few months ago, about a year ago, the movie came out about the woman king or the king woman, whatever they want to call it. It was our story. Somehow, these lies were just recently developed. And so for us to sit down and think this religion that we're following, this Christianity we're following, is an imported religion, when Jesus himself wasn't even white. I don't agree. I think this is our opportunity. Like you said, we now have the tools at our disposal to tell the truth. Rather than do that, we're fighting the tools and condemning the tools. We don't make movies about our culture, about our history. We actually are now embedding American culture into our movies, and our people are getting even more confused. Well, that's my opinion.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for me. I'm personally in a place where I'm just thinking about what are the most important identities to really care about. As humans, we have multiple identities, So I'm Igbo, but I was born and raised in Lagos. I schooled in England, America. I'm black. Then I became a serious Christian. I'm an Arsenal supporter. I'm Gunners. So, and not all those identities are helpful. Yeah. I should have said that after. I should have not said that at the end. But when I turned 40, 5 years ago, this year I turned 45, and and one of my mentors, I've never met him, but a spiritual mentor, Tim Keller, who writes, he was sort of modern day C.S. Lewis. He died this year. It's really the reality of mortality and just how much time we have. And so we have culture, we're Igbo, my children don't speak Igbo. There are a lot of things, right, about other parts of our life that I'm starting to think maybe I should just forget about those things and just focus on my work and Christianity, and even infuse Christianity into my work and just focus on that. Because anyway, so I think then that if I do that, leave other things for other people to worry about, then maybe I can produce a lot with regards to AI and these tools. I'm slow to understand AI. There are people, Nigerians, that have already embraced it. I'm supposed to be a leader in tech. So I'm what they call it, to whom much is given, right? I'm the they gave me 5 talents already, and I'm not doing anything with it. So, I figure out how to take my responsibility seriously. I figure out how to use these tools for the kingdom. That's sort of the direction I'm leaning towards, and that maybe I'll get a huge yield for my master.
Shem, what do you think?
I don't know how to answer the question. A lot has been said in terms of, even from the beginning, how we cannot overemphasize how, wonderful this tool is. We cannot emphasize how, the good, the bad, and the ugly of everything in life. Even water has its good, its bad, its the ugly. But in all of this, right, I feel that, personally, or as a group of, or whatever I represent, I don't represent us now, but thank
you should.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but whatever we represent, right, is that, as you said, whether it's faith, all the faith, what is common amongst all faith and religion is, we say, is love. Is that even with information technology, is that we should be responsible. It still boils down to love. Okay, ethics and all of that is because we are worried about ethics. We are worried about not doing the right thing because we also don't want to hurt ourselves. We don't want to hurt other people and all of that. So it's still love at the end of the day. And that's what every faith, every religion, whether you believe in God. I remember when Mr. Bayo came and he said, I'm not a person of faith. And I'm saying, but you still have to preach love somehow. Even if you're an atheist, you probably don't want to wake up one day and kill someone. So all of these things we're trying to do as people, as humans, while we're here, because we don't know what the future is. Even if AI wakes up tomorrow and, is a doom or destruction, is that we are consciously trying, and I said to him that as much as I agree that there will come a time where, they might want to take over the world in whatever it is our responsibility now as people to say, look, in as much as we want to advance, in as much as we want to build tools, we want to catch up, whether we're doing it for ourselves, for our culture, for whatever it is, that we imbibe this love into this in our policies. If we as Christians start to join the policy-making process, and put it back of our mind that we're not preaching, okay, come to church. We're preaching that, look, think of this tool you're creating, how is it going to help humanity, and how is it not going to destroy humanity in both ways? And if you feel that you're going too fast, slow down. Let us take it one at a time. If you're building a tool in the US and someone goes on your tool and tries to seek help, as you said, no, you cannot talk this way, no, you cannot do this way. If there are tools that will not, for instance, the killings that's happening abroad, all this, the shootings and all of that. If, for instance, the government, the so-called advanced government, has been proactive enough and they have these tools at their disposal, is that by the time a young person, your system is intelligent enough that the owner of this phone is a 16-year-old. By the time a young person is getting on the phone and is Googling how to make a bomb, it should already send an alert to the government that it is after this shooting has happened and you now start seeing them doing research. They say, oh, he was searching on his social media how to buy guns and all of that in the first place. So why is it that we cannot even start to build tools where if we see that, when we joined policy making in our country, Nigeria, we start to control what our children see and start to raise alarm. Oh, you guys, when you're building tools, make sure that government agencies involved when such searches are being done, such researches are being done. That's to build a ubiquitous surveillance where if people are approaching the north with, weapons, send an alert to the police. That's where we come in as Christians, as people that are conscious about what is going to happen. And not, let's worry about the future, but even right now, let's start to be the forefront of, look, I know you guys are building policies and all that, but we're going to imbibe love, imbibe consciousness into whatever we're building, and start to build policies that suit us and make our own environment and our community a better place. We've already seen the mistakes these technologies have made in advanced countries, so we don't need to make those mistakes in our lives, in our even for the next generation. I believe our focus should be that, and that is what I would be doing as a person for my own, with what I have available and where I've been so far. Thank you.
and I'm not sure who's going to answer this, because it says, is AI predictive of the arrival at an all-knowing system beyond Stephen Hawking's acceptance of an effective theory in a non-linear system, or is a linear system inevitable and chaos theory existing?
You see,
please, Shehu, go ahead.
in a simple way, because I know that for better understanding is that where our era, and I hope I'm answering the question right. We're in this era. The person who spoke first talked about different categories in which AI has been divided. And I'm trying not to lecture here. It's supposed to be like a faith summit. So there's a part where he did not stress on in terms of where the evolution, the point we are in terms of evolution of AI. We're probably scratching the surface around theory of the mind. We've not gotten to where we have self-aware. That is still in fiction movies and all of that. Let's not worry much about that yet. But in this, let's say, Stephen Hawking, and the fear they have is still far in the future. I'm going to be 100, and I hope to be 100 plus years by that time it happens, but it's still far in the future. If that would not happen, we'll be lying to ourselves that such disaster may happen. We don't know. But let me allow someone else to kind of hit the nail, but I know where we'll go.
I mean, one of the things about technology in our life, in our own life, that's ICT in our lifetime, has been the tendency to overestimate what will happen in 2 years, but underestimate what will happen in 5 years. I think that there's going to be some kind of tipping point around how quickly things will change, because our productivity. There's something else that has happened around quantum computing, right? There's some things that have happened around the ability for compute power, right? Separately has happened, and therefore, when you put those things together, I think that I don't know. I know Stephen Hawking, but I'm not very familiar on. I know him, but I'm not sure of sort of what the specific thing he's talking about. But I do think if you just take the extension of sort of what AI is doing and what the whole point of artificial intelligence, the ability to aggregate the knowledge of the world, right? Because there's a wise person, even biblically, right, is somebody who understands what is likely to lead to what outcomes, and then you need discipline to apply it. So God is supreme in wisdom, right? The height of wisdom. God knows the implication of outcomes and so on. And I think I think AI is going to be very close. I mean, our understanding of God's capacity is limited, so we don't really understand, right? But as far as it's useful to us, you understand what I'm saying? As far as matters, like in terms of what's the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do, and all that, right? I think you can see it for me, I can see it very clearly that the AI is going to approach that. And I think this is important and it's going to be available to people, to everybody, right, while they're available. But I think it's important because a way that it's important is because it means that people will quote and unquote be, let's say, richer. What I mean richer is that there'll be less poverty, in the sense that a lot of the sort of things that bring people down can be avoided, because people, like, education will be available, right? Not just available, but what's the point of education? To do the right thing, to know what to do, right? So, where I'm going with it is that if you think about very developed, with wealth comes living God, broadly speaking. The wealthier a society is, the further away it is from God. And so that's also like hand in hand. And part why is because you don't need God as much. You don't need to pray for what to do because you know what to do. Because you can ask the thing, or you don't even be asking it because you can just to be, So, yeah, so I think that's where it's going. I mean, I think for sure, and I think then the role of faith, right? The role of faith in teaching, in loving, because love matters. Love is experiential. Love helps people understand the truth and accept it, and so on. So, yeah, that's what I think.
Well, with the hope that, sorry, just to add to what he's saying, when we get to the point where computers have become self-aware, maybe in the next, the next evolution of computing, when we start merging AI with quantum computing and all that, they become self-aware, they start to feel like us and all of that. The hope, is that this same feeling of love, care, and compassion will be transferred into this supercomputer such that they do not think of taking over. They do not think of, eliminating us as humans. Maybe with threats, but on the lighter note, there's so much potentials we can't finish up, here. But we hope that all our direction is towards, giving life and light and love to the world.
Well, thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you, Shem. Thank you, Chika. This has been a very enlightening, engaging conversation. We could go on and on and on, but we're already running behind time anyway. So. Again, thank you all for joining us, and have to.
Thank you very much for this wonderful panel discussion. So as we approach the summit's crescendo, I'm delighted to introduce John Palfrey for the summit beacon session. His talk, Illuminating the Path Forward, is set to be a beacon of insight and inspiration. Let's discover together the pathways AI is paving for our future. Can we connect John? John, we can see you. You are muted. Maybe you need to unmute. Yeah, John, are you unmuted? You're still muted, John. You need to unmute. Can he hear me?
Thank you. I'm getting messaging in the background. So when I had dinner with Kanyan in Lagos, he brought forward such a fascinating topic that you all were gathering on. And it was a chance actually to reflect on something new that I hadn't ever really put together in a way that you all have. And I think it's extraordinarily important for our work. Kanyan also is someone I would say that we have turned to at MacArthur Foundation for his great wisdom. And I say this because when we had the need in the middle of COVID to give out a lot more money, in our case, this was over $100 million that we had not planned to make grants with, we convened experts from around the world. And the one person who represented Nigeria for this wise council was Kanyan, and he was just such a thoughtful partner, and I remain very grateful to him. So I know this is further comments. So in terms of MacArthur Foundation, we are based in the US, but one of our offices is in Abuja in Nigeria. We have been operating in your midst since the 1990s, and our series of investments are typically around government accountability and around anti-corruption these days. But one of the key elements has been working with the faith community. That as we learned, the important thing for us to try to accomplish is culture change over the long term. And the most trusted partners that we have been working with in this behavioral change cohort have been the faith community. At the same time, one of our global efforts is around what we call technology and the public interest, looking at the most important frontier technologies, of course, artificial intelligence being high among them, and trying to put these technologies to work in ways that serve society, the positive angles of it. And in the last panel, we heard much about this. How do we use these technologies to accomplish the goals of society, whether that's a more loving and caring society? We heard the discussion that it's important for those to whom much have been given, that much is expected, and the ability to take what is good about these technologies and use our skills to put them to work. So that's exactly how at MacArthur Foundation we think about using technology, which is that we seek to put money, in our case, which is what we use as a grant tool, in the hands of those who are finding ways to use the technology and to make them for good, to put them in the positive environment. And so around the world, as we do our investments, that's exactly the frame of reference. When it comes to artificial intelligence, and the last panel was talking about this, there are those things that are happening right now, and then there are those things that are on the frontier. We are really focused at the moment on those things that are right here and now that are happening in our society, and we are making investments in people who can help us with those long-term topics, but we're really not worried too much about them at the moment. So in terms of what's right here in front of us, by that I mean the ways in which artificial intelligence is affecting our everyday life, and that is true in the United States as it is in Nigeria, of course. By the long-term things, I think about this as the X risk, or the existential risk, the idea that the computing power will grow such that machines will actually develop an artificial general intelligence, the ability to maybe become sentient someday, but more importantly, take on human-like intelligence. That, of course, is not yet where we are. As one of the previous speakers said, it could be where we are in 5 years. It could be in a relatively short period of time, but it's not today's issue. Today's issue is the incredible effect of these new technologies on things that we do every day. One of the examples in the last panel had to do with criminal justice and the way in which the policing system works. In the United States, anyway, this is an extremely commonly used set of technologies. They are put to use in a number of ways, some of which I think are very positive and some of which can be quite negative. The typical way in which AI is used day to day in the criminal justice system in the United States is it's often used as a tool for those who are making sentencing decisions or the decisions for keeping somebody detained. It's often pre-trial, so if somebody has been accused of doing something, they've been arrested, they then have been held in jail, and the judge has to decide then how long should they stay in jail, or should they stay in jail while the trial is taking place, while whether it's being determined whether they've in fact done the thing that they didn't do. This is in place in dozens and dozens of our jurisdictions across America, and the tool, the artificial intelligence, is an input, at least in theory, to the judge's decision making, trying to determine, is this person a risk? So is this person somebody that we should detain? We can have a long debate about whether that's a good idea or not, but I think it's very similar to what one of the panelists was just talking about in terms of the use of the technology. It is, of course, in use supporting facial recognition technology, a variety of other things. I know from coming through the airport in Abuja and Lagos that you also use similar technologies, and there's been a big investment by the Nigerian government in similar technologies. These are systems that run on top of the facial recognition basic tools that help to make predictions, and that's ultimately what these tools do. In terms of what the present day effects of AI are, I think of it using two analogies or frames of reference. One is, if you think about somebody who's going from point A to point B, and right now they can walk. It's a mile, you can walk a mile in however many minutes. It might be 10, 15 minutes, depending on how fit you are. If you have AI, it's like having a bicycle. So you can go more quickly. You can go from point A to point B, that same mile, you might be able to do in 2 or 3 minutes rather than doing it in 10 or 15 minutes. So that's the basic effect of these technologies. They're extremely high power systems. They have put this much higher powered computing equipment to work, and they allow us to bicycle instead of walk. And I think in a number of different fields, journalism as an example, something we also invest in Nigeria, this is a powerful tool for that, to that end. The other analogy that I think is useful as we think about the investments we're making at MacArthur Foundation is that it's really effectively doing pattern recognition. So this is a prediction engine. It's looking at a fair amount of data, more data than we've been able to look at before, with much more computing power. And then we are able to run predictions on the basis of that. That's really what it effectively accomplishes. So I think given these technologies right now, part of it is to make sure that those who are putting them into good use are people who have the public interest in mind, people who are seeking not just to make money, but to make society better. On the longer term front, this idea of existential risk, I think it is important for us to pause and to think about what the possibilities might be. And ultimately, what we are investing in at MacArthur is making sure there are guardrails, making sure that as the technology develops, it's not something that can jump over from one environment where it's actually helping us, as a bicycle might, to actually taking over and making us, instead of being a bicycle you control, being a bicycle goes really, really fast and takes you in some other direction that you don't want to go. That, of course, is the great fear that everyone has. And so what we're focused on is, how do we invest in those who craft the policies and laws and mechanisms to ensure that there are guardrails to make it possible for us to have the good parts, but not the bad parts. I do want to pause on one element that was mentioned in the last panel, which I thought was very important, which is who is developing these technologies, where the expertise lies. And I do worry, compared to previous technologies and efforts, that too much of the development, too much of the agency is occurring in the United States in particular. This is, of course, my home country, so I'm saying this advisedly. But really, the incredible investment that is occurring at scale is occurring in probably 4 or 5 different companies, depending on how you look at it. The 2 labs at Google, of course, OpenAI, Anthropic, Microsoft, and there are a handful of others, but there really is a very strong concentration in a small number of companies who are writing this story right now. Even labs and universities, while there are some, are not as advanced as many of these companies. Of course, there's investments in China, in Europe, in Africa, but the investment is so much greater in these relatively small number of companies that I worry about the effect of having one country really kind of write the rules with such a powerful set of technologies. So I really liked in that last panel also this idea that in Nigeria, to be involved in the shaping of these technologies, to invest in them, to invest also in the mechanisms for controlling them, the set of rules that will ensure that the future of these technologies is a very positive one for Nigeria, I think is crucial. And we at MacArthur are interested in partnering with you in that respect. Second, so pivoting from the technology itself and where we're investing to the faith context, which I think is such, as mentioned, a fascinating way of thinking about this. For background, though, I'm not Methodist. I did grow up in the Protestant church. I grew up in the Anglican church as what we call Episcopalian here in the United States. And I come at this topic as a person of faith, thinking a lot about how we, again, can use these technologies for good. I liked a lot of the language in that last panel where the discussion really was that it boils down to love. If you think about what philanthropy is, it is the love of humankind. So where we're seeking to put money and power and support to good use for the love of humankind. So I think it's very aligned with this notion of how the faith community thinks about and uses AI to further its goals, to further humanity in such important ways. I have been really interested in thinking about what the effect of these technologies will be on faith. And I have come to one, it's not even a hypothesis, just an idea, listening to some of you speak and talking to Kanyan and thinking about this event, which is that many of us observing artificial intelligence fear a lack of control. And in some respects, I think this lack of control is something that it can be wonderful, I suppose. We all have to give ourselves up to God, to other people at some point to realize that there are many things we can control, but there are also other things that we cannot. I will say outside of religion, I'm very interested in the Stoic philosophers who have you focus on exactly those things that you can control in society, both your thoughts and your actions, but not to worry about too much that's outside of that. And I think in some ways the development of artificial intelligence is leading us to focus on these important and core questions. And the positive part of the story, if I think about it with a glass half full, is that I think in some ways that the use of these technologies and this feeling of lack of control may lead people to deeper levels of faith. And in the last session, one of the panelists mentioned that in wealthy societies, and I think it's undeniable that the United States is a wealthy society, that we sometimes leave God, that we leave the faith environment behind as we feel we can control more than we can because of our wealth, because of our ability, the expression some people sometimes use is to make your own weather. The more that you can make your own weather, you don't need God, if that makes sense. I think in some respects what's happening with artificial intelligence, which is taking some of that control, some of that ability to make your own weather, to feel a little outside of our control, maybe it will lead us back to faith communities. Maybe it will lead us in some respects to higher principles, to things that are in some ways more important than those things that we have occupied our minds with previously. So when I think about the effect of artificial intelligence on the faith community, and you could say on one hand, it will be godlike and it will itself take over in some ways, and that is, I suppose, the existential risk. It's on us, I think, to create the guardrails, the rules that make sure that doesn't happen. But on the flip side, if artificial intelligence is something that can lead us to see with humility the limits of our own agency, the limits of what we can do without a higher power, without a faith community, without other people, and certainly without God, it might be, in fact, something that leads people back to the faith in environments where maybe we have lost the true way and where, in fact, it might be a powerful pull in a good direction. Okay, so that's, if the first thing was, here's how we're thinking about it as a philanthropy and AI in its various manifestations. Second, how it might affect the faith community. Let me conclude just by a way that this conversation might help, at least for me, to think about what we're doing in our day-to-day life and the way in which we, as MacArthur Foundation, might move forward, which is to figure out the ways that we can invest in communities, and whether that is the faith community in Nigeria, as we've been doing around anti-corruption and behavioral change, or it is in our own lives, in our own families, our own communities. How can we find ways to invest in one another as we seek to put this technology forward for good? I really do believe that these new technologies, artificial intelligences, can foster better and stronger communities. And it could be, as one of the panelists said last, that it will help us all live to 100 plus. That may be a very great positive, as the bicycle, rather than the walking, will lead us to better medical technologies, and we might share that around the world. That would be very positive. It might well be that it makes us safer. We can find ways, without violating people's rights, to make our community safer. That would obviously be a very, very positive thing. Maybe it would make us less likely to have racial bias. To date, it has not accomplished that. It's accomplished the opposite. But maybe there is a way to program these technologies and to ensure that we across the world and in our societies are less racist in those ways. But ultimately, I think the idea of starting to promote positive things, that was a quote from the last session, I think that's exactly what AI can help us to do. But it's crucial that at this point, we intervene on the technologies and we don't leave it to a very small group of people who are based mostly in California in the United States to shape that. And so I think my suggestion, my call, would be for the faith community to do exactly what you have been doing here with this incredible Faith and AI Summit, to invest your time and your energy in these technologies, to not only become engaged in the community of faith, but also outside the community of faith, to put these technologies to work in good ways, and to advocate for the rules and the standards and the guardrails that will ensure that the trajectory of these technologies, which we know are so incredibly powerful, will be put to good. So I hope very much that if there's anything I can say as we conclude, I'd love to take any thoughts or questions that you might have. But in particular, I want to thank you for putting a spotlight on this incredibly powerful topic, and one that I have not focused my own brain on, the connection between faith and AI, but I think will be extremely important for the years to come. So thank you very much for the invitation, and be grateful. If there are any questions or discussion points, happy to talk a bit further too.
Thank you very much, John. I'm hoping you can hear me.
I can very well, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we'll start with the first question.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tunde Arugomati. My question is actually directed more, well, and possibly more to the last panel, because I think Madam Adara raised a point, especially regarding philosophy, religion, in our approach to engaging in AI in Nigeria and Africa. I believe, I'm a Christian, but I believe that the African philosophy is very important in what you call in contextualizing our Christianity, because in most of the time, I think, unfortunately, I'm not sure if the pastor is still around. He said that Christianity doesn't necessarily have an influence on us, but it does, because we think there's no doubt that Christianity was used as a tool in the first instance for colonialism, and of course, at the end of the day, we were basically, because I think here we need a kind of, and I think Madam Adara hit the point, because I think if we do not have an evolution of the mind as regards our Christianity and our African identity, we still will be stuck in a rut in a kind of culture shock, in trying to adjust to things, and probably inhibit our ability to leapfrog as we should be able to, as long as, like, also I think was it she who mentioned Afrobeat music, it's been able to leapfrog over rock and other kinds of music and has established a place. And I think similarly, if we're going to progress in this industry, we have to have something similar to that. Thanks.
I wonder if there's someone from the last panel who wants to address that from the room. If not, I certainly can say a little bit.
No. I think maybe there was a bit of a... No, I said people think that this religion of faith that we have in Jesus Christ is an imported religion. I said it's simply because we're not applying it to our culture. There's much to learn from our culture that even Christianity supports, our care for older people, things like that. And so people feel disconnected from our Christianity, thinking it's an imported religion, and it's not. That's the point I'm making.
Thank you. Is there another question? Okay, you want me to comment? Sorry, one more comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this has been very enlightening for me, and I think it's a very crucial topic at this juncture. But just two things I wanted to just say. I think boldness is very, very important. Being bold in the places where you work, where you apply your trade, because if you think about it, there might be structure to influence AI, may not necessarily be something that can be put together as a Christian platform or a Christian organization or a Christian, you may not have that specific Christian association to do that. But as Christians in organizations, so if you take the big organizations that are leading those AI, what's it called? That are the forefront of AI. If you are in that kind of organization, you are in a position to be bold and speak up and say things that you believe are right, that can further the cause of the right sort of application, right? I've been in positions where there's a general conversation that needs to happen, and many times you find out that the trend where those conversations are going, it's difficult to actually stop that trend because it's the general thinking, it's a group thing. But many times you need to be bold to say, you know what, I'm not sure that this is for the best or for the good of humanity. I'm not sure this is for the good of society. I think this is the way, or these are ideas that I think we can plant. And that's why the point that one of the panelists made in the last session was very important, because I heard the bit where I think Pastor Adibe was asked, what is the key thing that can be done? And I think the answer was just spread the gospel, right? Because the more good people you have in different places that are bold, then the more impact you can make in those organizations where these things are being done. So I think that's the contribution I want to make.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from anyone else here? Okay. So I've got a question, John, with regards to the investment space. So I know generally here in Nigeria, maybe in Africa, to raise investments, we're probably looking at the more traditional routes, through VC funding and what have you. And as we know, generally VC funding, they rather invest in companies that I like to say, grow at all costs. Right? You don't need to have a model that's profitable. It just needs to be able to grow, and then you keep increasing your the funding rounds, right? You keep going up in the funding rounds. So in this sort of industry where it's kind of like we're looking for ethical funding, right? Or would it be R&D funding that we need here? Because here you're not really thinking about the numbers. When I'm talking about the commercial aspect of things, you're looking at how we develop AI on this side of the world so it supports Africans here. What sort of funding is available for founders who are looking to develop these sort of applications here in Africa?
I think this is such a good question, and I do think that it connects to the previous comment about intervening, about ensuring that the technologies do serve the public good in Africa and in Nigeria. And I think you're right to point back to the investment space. I would say two things. I think one is that Nigeria has such a great entrepreneurial spirit and culture, has such an extraordinary group of young people who are shaping the future in Nigeria, and I think can beyond. And I am taken, particularly from our last trip to Lagos, by the energy I think that is developing, and I think both for Africa as a hub and for the world, that it's very important to make the investments in people that will ensure that it's not a brain drain out of Lagos and Abuja and Kano out to the rest of the world, but rather young people are both staying and coming back. And so one form of investment I would just think about is in the human capital and the people who are the developers and the coders. And so that is one of the things that we at MacArthur been thinking about, is how do we support that ecosystem of individuals who are going to do that work in Africa and do it for Africans building these technologies. In terms of the specifics, availability of capital, I think you're right that one of the real concerns about capitalism, is that the way that venture capital works, particularly in the tech industry, and I've been somewhat involved in that myself as an entrepreneur, has been to put money to the technologies that are going to grow the most quickly and not taking societal issues into account. And what some of us have done in universities is try to create a cadre of people who are both interested in building the technologies, but also building in these ethical considerations, the ethical considerations of faith, of course, being today's focus. And in terms of we think about it as the capital stack, where the money is, as you say, the bulk of it is going to something like OpenAI, a company that is, starts as a nonprofit, effectively becomes a for-profit as it grows very quickly, attracts more and more capital, attracts a big partnership with Microsoft. So it goes from something that may seem like it was taking nonprofit money and investment for good. It becomes very quickly something that scales, and it turns into a for-profit. That's not to say that all for-profit is bad, but simply to say you are correct in describing that trend. So the counterweight, I think, to that, which I and others in the United States, but there may be equivalents in Nigeria, I don't know, have been trying to focus on this type of investment called impact investing. Impact investing is where capital is used in such a way to promote ventures and efforts that have a social impact first and a financial return second. So in the world that you just described, which I think is correct, where it's all about the financial return, that's why you put the investment out there, you expect a financial return. There is a way to see investing that says, I would like a financial return, but I actually want social impact in the first instance. And that in some ways is this world of impact investing. It's a much smaller type of and kind of capital, but it's growing, and it can invest in both companies and in nonprofits in a variety of ways. It has been applied mostly to some other fields, housing, banking, small, medium, and enterprises, lending, and so forth. It has been applied less to the technology space and very little to the AI space. But I think your question drives to a very important one, which is, can we build in the capital stack or in the capital availability money that will help people to do something that might be socially beneficial first, while also developing the technology? So I would point you to the world of impact investing, and I think it's a promising idea anyway.
Wonderful, John. Thanks very much for that. I think that was a very comprehensive response and very informative. Thank you ever so much. So I believe we've come to the end of this year's inaugural AI Faith Summit. So
I have two questions online.
Oh, we've got an online question?
Yes, I've sent it to John.
Oh, thank you. I'll check the chat. Oh, it's Kanyan, in fact. Thank you, Kanyan. I will read the question. I will answer it not too long, because it sounds like you'd like to conclude. But I would love to engage on this. It says, John, you've spent time on betterment of society from different lenses, but especially science and technology. Kanyan's question is whether the hardcore scientist is not by definition a person of faith. He sees evidence of what all others do not see. In other words, aren't AI and faith coterminous, with faith being the modulator and means of, and AI such that it's a question of what faith is? It's such a great way to end, Kanyan. I think the answer is yes, to take your wonderful point and simply repeat it as a statement of fact. And the way I will describe this is actually, for many of us, everything comes back to our mother, and that's true for me too. My mom is a scientist, but also a person of deep faith, and a person who brought us up in the church. And she, as we were growing up, was always talking about this connection between the scientist and the faithful person. And I think the way Kanyan has described it is precisely right, which is that there is beauty and there is wonder in the universe. And I think the true scientist is someone who sees that it's out there, knows that we can't explain all of it, and turns in some respects to faith as a combination of ways to explain what's not explainable, but also as a way to guide one's values and way of walking through the world. So I think that's a beautiful way to end. And I cede the mic back to the room to you there in Lagos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So as we conclude the AI Faith Summit, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the insightful and thought-provoking discussions we've had today. From exploring the intersection of AI, ethics, and faith, delving into the societal impacts and responsibilities of AI, the summit has been a journey through the diverse and critical perspectives. The ignition, setting the stage. We began our day with one of the keynote speakers who couldn't really connect. But then we moved very quickly onto Firing the Pistons, the Big Picture by Femi Bejide. So he took us further into the realm of AI, focusing on the ethical use of data in various industries. His perspectives on harnessing AI for good laid the groundwork for the enriching discussions that followed. And then we went straight into the panel discussions. The first one was Faith, AI, and Society. And this was led by Dr. Foy and brought to light the significant ways in which AI intersects with faith and our daily life. The speakers, including Modupe Odiyoye, Mr. Adebayo Aladiloba. Unfortunately, Mr. Abdul Hakim couldn't join us. They shared their valuable perspectives on how AI is reshaping our understanding of spirituality and community. And the next panel, Dimensions to AI Ethics and Responsibility. This was moderated by Mrs. Tinade Oguntui. We had the pleasure of hearing Mrs. Aditola Adegbayi, Mr. Victor Famubode, and Dr. Tunde Adegbola discuss the ethical frameworks necessary for responsible AI development. Then the final panel, Engaging Dialogue in the Information Society, moderated by Mr. Dara Kenze, a visionary brought together by Pastor Francis Modojemu, Mr. Chikamwobi, and Mr. Sheun Ajibola. Their dialogue on AI's role in fostering societal communication was both enlightening and inspiring. The Summit Beacon, Illuminating the Path Forward, John Palfrey's session was a highlight, offering a visionary perspective of the future of AI in our society. His thoughts on ethical AI and its potential to shape our future were a fitting crescendo to the day's events. So I'd like to extend heartfelt thanks to our speakers, panelists, and moderators for their invaluable contributions. Your expertise and insights have fully and truly illuminated the path forward in the realm of AI and faith. A special thank you to Emmanuel for convening this summit, and to all the staff and volunteers whose tireless efforts made this event a success. And of course, our deepest gratitude goes to all of you, the attendees, both in person and online. Your engagement and thoughtful questions have added immeasurably to the richness of our discussions. As we adjourn this summit, let us carry forward the knowledge, insights, and inspiration we have gained today. May we continue to explore the vast potential of AI with a mindful approach towards ethics, faith, and societal impact. Thank you once again for being part of this AI and Faith Summit. We look forward to continuing these important conversations in the future. Stay safe and good evening. And just to let everyone know that this is the inaugural summit, and we'll potentially be having a summit every year, every consecutive year after that. So there will be some post-summit communication that will hopefully help enrich those who weren't able to listen to this, and we'll be sharing all of this information online on social media. Thank you very much.